Talk Shoes. Recorded live.
Welcome to the Lowdown, podcast number 60, with your hosts, Claudia and Justin.
What's up, guys?
We're talking about episode 511, Whatever Happened, happened. And that's what happened, is whatever.
Ooh.
At the end of the episode, it's like, all right, guys.
Whatever happened.
Pretty normal episode in terms of the craziness that the last batch have been.
Mm-hmm.
It's in kind. It itself is very crazy.
Yeah.
What do you think of this peach here?
Definitely a peach. I enjoyed it surprisingly. There's a turn in the story that I didn't see coming, and I sort of liked that. Namely, the others getting involved. And I looked it up just to make sure, but upon review, I'm going to declare this my personal favorite Kate episode ever.
Wow.
Yeah, I
Wow, folks, I didn't see that one coming.
Yeah, I really think I like this better than all of her previous episodes. I've never really liked Kate episodes, so that's not exactly as high praise as it sounds, but I did like this episode, and even her flashback worked for me. I thought they pulled it off. It wasn't the kind of disaster some of her episodes have been. It pretty much hung together pretty well, and so I liked it. I liked it a little bit less than last week. But it was still solid, and I was expecting to be really let down. So, yeah, definitely B-.
B-, huh?
Yeah.
Is this best Kate episode? Interesting. I mean, ooh.
Yeah, I looked on Wikipedia the list. I mean, some of those are misleading because if it's like a group one, they give her credit. But
yeah.
if you throw those out, I do think I like this better than any of those.
Yeah. Overall, or you just mean her part?
Well,
are you just saying like her flashback part is the best part? Or are you saying overall?
I'm really saying overall.
Okay.
But I think I'm willing to say the flashback also.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, her flashback stuff hasn't ever been spectacular. And a lot of the flashback stuff in this episode was pretty monumental. Couple of things. So yeah, I mean that definitely bodes well.
Yeah, that was another kind of plot turn that I didn't see coming. You know, why she came back. I mean, we talked about this before, and we were unable to come up with what the reason is. It really never would have occurred to me that she'd come back for Claire.
You know, yeah, that was crazy.
And that she thinks she's still alive.
Yeah, I think that was what's interesting is that she just assumes Claire's still alive. You know, because I think there's a certain logic in that, you know, if you can help it, you sort of wouldn't leave your baby by itself in the jungle.
Right.
You know, and I think if you did that, you know, it's not plausible to believe that you're dead or something, or effectively not around. But I think it's really interesting. I feel like saying the reasons why like all of them came back, except for like Sun, I think were pretty confusing. I mean, Jack's thing, you know, is weird. The whole thing with Jack and Kate and Sawyer and Juliet which was sort of expounded upon in this episode, has been pretty crazy. You know, what I thought was going to happen when they got back is not what's happening, and what I thought, you know, different people felt about other people, it's just sort of not true either.
Right.
You know, like it's all weird. I'm thinking, okay, yeah, now, you know, I don't know, it's just the way they're coupling up is weird, and Jack and Kate, you know, I keep forgetting that they were engaged. Like, I forget about that.
It's easy to forget because they only mention it in one episode, and in that episode they break off the engagement. So
yeah, it's weird.
It was a very short-lived engagement.
Because it's like I'm still waiting for Jack and Kate to really have a relationship, like really start dating. And it's like, oh, wait, they had a whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we didn't see any of it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we basically saw as much of it as we have, maybe even a little less, as we have of Sawyer and Juliet.
Yeah.
You know, so they stuck it into the stuff we didn't see. So, it's easy to forget about, but I just remember it as a fact. It doesn't quite seem real.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, Kate coming back for Claire. It was. I definitely like that twist. I definitely, and it's. I think it's great. I think someone should be thinking about Claire.
Yeah.
And that's pretty interesting that that she wants to do that, and it's pretty, that line that Roger says in this episode. I guess a boy needs his mother. You know, and I was trying to figure out how we're supposed to interpret that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because I think that's after he asks Kate, you know, do you have a kid? And she thinks about it, and then she says no.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, okay, he just says the boy needs his mother. Does that mean that she feels like, you know, she needs to raise Aaron now or what? And then, of course, later you realize, she's there to find Claire. So
yeah,
that's what they mean.
Yeah,
so that's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a setup for that. But it's just, it's nice for, in general, that someone's thinking about it. But I like the fact that Kate's actually doing it. I like that she's actually got a mission, you know.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, independent of the various relationship issues.
Yeah, definitely.
You know.
Great.
Yeah. That's part of why I think I liked it. It turned out surprisingly well. I was ready to be really disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that it actually worked.
Yeah, I give this episode, I think I liked it a little bit less than last week, too. What did I give last week? I don't remember. B-?
I want to say B-, yeah.
Yeah. I'd give this one a B- too, I guess. It's, I mean, it's got some big plot points in it.
Yeah, it does. It's surprisingly big. That was the other thing. I really thought it would just be, just a lot of, and it was some of this, just a lot of like running around. You got to say Ben, but I don't want to say Ben, but you have to, but I don't want to, but if you don't, then you can, and there was a lot of that. But then it sort of took off in another direction, and that's what I liked about it.
Yeah, I like that too, but there's some parts at the end that I'm just like, really, guys, really? All right, fine.
Yeah, I try not to think about it, and probably when we get there and you make me think about it, it'll bother me. But when I
Great, I can bring your rating down by the end of the podcast.
You probably can. But when I wasn't thinking about it, when I turned my brain off, I liked
it. Turn the brain off. I
thought it was good, I wanted more, I was interested.
Yeah. There's definitely a lot of good parts. What else? Anything else before we jump in?
I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. You ready to jump in?
Well, yeah, you've got the reins here.
Okay, here we go. We pick up where we left off last week. Jin wakes up. Phil is on the walkie telling him about Saeed's escape. Jin tells him that he's heading north, and then Jin goes over to Ben's body and sees that he's shot. So he picks him up and loads him into the van and drives away. Maybe I'll do the next part, too. That wasn't a lot. The next part, Horace is telling everyone back at the barracks to be ready, and everyone's kind of rushing around in a state of emergency. Jack and Hurley watch. Jack wonders how a locked-up Saeed could have started the fire. Horace says he had inside help. Roger asks Kate for help running a winch. She operates the lever, which is attached to a cable that pulls the van out of the house, the burning van from the previous episode. Roger laments the low status they have in Dharma, and then they introduce themselves to each other, and Kate learns that Roger is actually Roger Linus. Jen's van arrives, and Jen picks up Ben and walks away. Roger says, "That's my kid." And that's it.
Hello, Kate. My name is Roger. Let's lament our low status in Dharma. I like your summary of that. So the Jin scene, this is something that bugged me all throughout the episode. When they kept moving Ben around, I will forgive Jin because of the situation, but I've watched too much ER to not for this not to be apparent that when you have someone who's critically injured, especially like with internal bleeding, as we figure out years later.
ER fan alert.
You really don't want to like move the patient around a lot, especially like with a bullet in them. And it makes it worse. And then, so Jin picks up Ben and he throws him in the back of this rickety old van as they, race, I'm sure, towards
Hey, that's
the
not rickety.
camp.
It's the 70s.
I think that van was still rickety in the 70s. I don't know. Call me crazy, but it still looks rickety. And maybe because the band is still 30 years old, no matter what the show wants to tell.
That's the problem. It's actually old, even though it's not supposed to be.
Yeah. But it was just weird that they kept moving him, and even later with
they move him a lot. He's just moving.
And everyone's carrying him, and he's tossing around, and it's just so, I'm not a doctor, but it just seems so bad.
Yeah.
It just seems, Julia, no one was sort of concerned about that. Like, be careful, move him as much as little as possible, and everything like that. Just like sling him around,
just toss him
over
in
your
the
shoulder. So he's like, here, toss him to me.
Well, whatever happened. It seems like it doesn't matter. They can be as uncareful as they need to be. Not that they pointed it out, but
yeah, I guess they could. They can't go toss them into a lava pit, right? Like if they wanted to.
Well, I don't know. I guess they won't. But it's oh God, we'll have to talk about that later.
Yeah, could and would and can and will, those words and combinations thereof are really confounding.
I know. Yeah, I've still been unable to deal with that, and it comes up, and it's the whole thing. This episode sort of has that as a big subplot. So, anyway, yeah, that's it still practically makes sense. I feel like the best you can do in that situation is just kind of act normal and like what else? If you overthink it, it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah, what do you mean?
If you just sit there and think like, well, he lives, so I'm just going to sit here and do nothing. You could do that.
You mean pull a jack?
Yeah, pull a jack, basically. And it'll work, but it's just kind of like, you well, I let me save this for later. It's not really.
Yeah, we'll get into it.
Yeah.
There's some stuff about that.
Yeah, but I of course didn't think of that because my brain was off when I was watching this episode. But
nice. Blame your brain, sure.
Yeah. But yeah, that's it. Definitely seems like they were pretty rough on the kid who was just shot in the chest.
Yeah. So maybe we should mention the I hate to say controversy, but
controversy.
The issue of Ben's ever-changing bullet hole.
Oh, I didn't even know what you were talking about. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely was a controversy.
Yeah.
Very, very heated words were exchanged on our very own forum about that.
Yeah. So I don't think there was anything that was resolved.
No, we don't have a definitive answer about it. We'd have to get somebody involved in the production to explain what happened. There's various possibilities, and I don't know which one it is.
Yeah, so basically for the people who aren't familiar, in the previous episode, or was it 2 ago now? No, last episode.
Yeah, it was a previous one.
When Saeed shoots Ben, the bullet hole appears to be on his left side, where his heart would be, so it looks like he's sort of shot in the heart. And in this episode, when we pick back where we supposedly left off, the bullet hole appears to be on the right side, and when Juliet's working on him in subsequent scenes, it's always on the right side.
Yeah.
So there was this discussion about what happened. My own theory, and to me the simplest, is that it was switched around in editing. For whatever reason, they mirrored one of those shots, presumably the Saeed shooting him shot, since that was. We've seen more of it on the right side than we've seen it on the left side.
Yeah, exactly. They would have to mirror less shots for that to be the reason.
Yeah, so it
would just be that one.
Yeah, I'm thinking for whatever reason they mirrored it when they first showed it to us, and which you mentioned on the forum that they've done before. Yeah,
and other people came up with more examples than I had. They've apparently done it several times. One of the main ways they've used it is to make the steering wheel appear to be on the other side of the car. That's a good usage that I didn't think of when they have to be in Australia or something.
Yeah, totally.
So yeah, it's something that's done a fair amount. I didn't realize that it even existed until fairly recently, within a couple years or so. I didn't know you could just kind of do that, use either side.
Yeah, especially with digital editing. I mean, you could just press a button and it'll just flip it, and there you go.
Yeah. So, apparently when they shoot with the thing on the other side, they'll do, signs backwards, so they appear forwards when they mirror it.
Oh, God.
Which is pretty weird.
Yeah.
It would be really interesting to see what that actually looked like.
With all the signs backwards?
Backward signs everywhere, yeah. I would like a shot of that. I don't know. If anyone can get me that, please.
Well, can't you just mirror it yourself? And
Yeah. I don't know. I want it real for some reason.
Wouldn't that be the same thing?
Yeah, but I want it real. I want a real shot of the backwards things.
You want a real shot?
Yeah.
A pre-mirrored version?
I want someone from the set, showing the backward signs. You're right, I could just mirror it myself. Somehow it just doesn't have the magic.
Yeah. You want a picture of someone pointing to the backward sign and look at it backwards.
Yeah.
But we're in the forwards world. Isn't it crazy?
You totally get it. That's what I want.
Yeah, I know.
Anyway.
So that was interesting. That little bit of. It doesn't obviously really matter.
Yeah, I feel like it also could be a continuity error, Or, there's the third, more sinister possibility, which is that they just did it to get ratings.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, the fact that he shot in the heart or something?
Yeah, they wanted to make us think he was going to die. And then, retconned it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe my brain was off, but when he got shot, I didn't think, oh, he's shot in the heart. That means he's, I didn't even, to me, it was just he shot in the chest. I didn't even consider where he was shot like that really mattered, but maybe people did.
Yeah. I didn't think that either. I mean, the main reason I didn't think he was going to die is because of the way time travel works.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like I said on the podcast, for half a second I thought, oh my God, are they going to do that? But it was very quick that I said, no, he'll live.
Mm-hmm.
He'll live. So it never really became a thing for me where I actually thought he was dead and then was disappointed when I found out that they moved the wound to the other side and all that. So since I failed to notice that, it didn't really upset me.
And the ratings thing doesn't make sense to me because to me they have to do one of two things, like either show him getting the bullet wound in the heart in a preview for that episode, which I don't think they did. Because if they did, that would be a big spoiler.
Yeah, you're right. Showing the end of the episode in the preview, that would be pretty crazy.
Showing Big getting shot. I mean, I know they try to do a lot of crazy stuff, but, that's a little much.
I hear it's like they can't generate ratings by doing something that they have to already be watching to see.
Yeah, and so that's one part of it. The other part is they could be trying to generate ratings for this episode.
Yeah.
Like, oh, he was shot in the heart. Let's see if he dies.
That would probably be the response.
But here's the thing to that is when you start watching this, you see it's on the other side. If you were watching for that, then you'd notice it's on the other side.
Yeah.
And
so then maybe you get pissed and you go to the TLLD.net to complain about it.
Yes, and the circle is complete. Circle gets the square. Yeah, so I don't think it was a ratings thing.
Yeah.
It was just a production thing, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'll call Damon and ask him.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
These are the things that Greg Nations would be really good for, because on the official podcast, they don't usually go for basic production errors like this, except in the case of Charlotte's age. That became a thing, but...
Well, that was a lawsuit apparently waiting to happen. I don't know. That was crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that got way out of hand. But
they were like, that bitch changed the lines herself. Oh, wait, no, she didn't. It's like, okay. Yikes.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy. But, Greg Nations could answer that in, like, a line, I think.
Yeah.
Could just say, yeah, we mirrored it, or, yeah, we did it for ratings. I don't think he would say that.
Yeah.
But even if it were true, but, something. But yeah, I think the mirror theory is what I'm going with.
Yeah, in theory works.
In theory, that's it. It's a slightly less well-known version of in theory.
I like Jack. That the little exchange between Jack and Horace was interesting. When Horace was like, "So the hostile used the van as a diversion to escape," and Jack's like, "Well, how did he do that if he was locked up?" Well, because he had help. And it's like, why didn't you say that in the first place? You led me to believe you thought he did this on his own.
This is one thing that they make a half-hearted attempt to try to make work in this episode, which is the idea that maybe Jack will be suspected.
Mm-hmm.
Like they
you mean in this one scene they try to do that and they never try to do it again in the episode?
They do it one more time.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, there's one more bit where later on they're talking about the keys, the janitor's keys, and they say there's 3 janitors, and they name them, Roger, Willie, and that new guy. What's his name? Jack. And that's basically how much they try to push that idea that maybe Jack will be a suspect. And it never goes anywhere.
It doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, that was a complete. That was wasted.
And they also kind of make a little bit less half-hearted attempt to make Kate seem suspicious.
Yeah, you're right.
It doesn't really work.
Yeah, none of that matters.
It doesn't matter.
It's all sort of fake drama. But it was weird because I thought they would push it a little more than they did. You know.
Mhm.
And they sort of like started the plot up and then quit.
Yeah, it's for their own good, I think, because if Horace really thought Jack or Kate did it and started asking them questions, that'd be bad. And of course, LaFleur would feel the need to intervene, and splitting focus between that and saving Ben and all that. That's a lot for an episode.
What is this, LaFleur Part 4 now?
I think so.
He's had a real saga here.
He really has.
He's somehow
era.
Yeah, like it's all about LaFleur now.
LaFleur's the man.
He really is. Yeah, there's that line later where Roger's like, LaFleur asked me a question. He already knows the answer.
Yeah, it's a great line. He goes, that bastard never asks any question he doesn't already know the answer to. And it's true. That's Sawyer, It's classic.
Yeah, it is.
Great.
But I love the LaFleur reputation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just so,
I think in the annals of Dharma history, LaFleur has a place that, people will talk about LaFleur in their journals and shit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he should definitely come up because he really has this reputation that everybody talks about.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just, I don't know, I'm still not over that. It still kind of blows me away.
Do you know the title of next week's episode?
I do now.
Mm-mm-mm.
Did you look at it?
I see it, yeah. We'll talk about it, but it's let's say it's Whatever Happened Part 2.
It really is.
In terms of titles.
It really is. It's like the same thing again.
Yeah.
But said in a different way. And I bet I know what it's going to be about.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe we'll talk about that later in the spoiler section.
Yeah, in the long-awaited spoiler section.
We haven't done that in a few years. Why not? Let's bring it back.
We're bringing it back, yeah. Bring it back.
And then we can do some news. We can do some Lost news.
Let's do some Lost news. Why not?
Yeah.
All right.
It's a little tease for later.
A little tease. So that's pretty much that.
Anything else?
I don't think there's much else there. I did like the exchange between Kate and Roger. Roger's a good guy when he's not beating his son.
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, just
like if it wasn't for that he's a bad guy apparently when it comes to Ben, he seems pretty cool. He seems normal and everything else.
Yeah, he's very friendly. It's weird. If I didn't know everything that I know about him, he would seem very sympathetic.
Yeah.
The only thing holding me back from finding him sympathetic is how awful he is in the other, times we've seen him.
It makes me feel like he's, Roger's kind of like one of those characters that unfortunately has to fulfill a role, which of course all characters do, but he's got to be the bad guy that Ben has to end up hating to kill,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like if Ben wasn't his son, he wouldn't be a bad guy.
Mm-hmm.
But somehow he has to raise Ben alone, and that makes him, bad.
Yeah.
His line later was sad. He's like, I always thought I'd be a great father, or, I always wanted to be a good dad, and she was like, oh.
Yeah, I know. It's sad, but it's like, you didn't seem like you were trying very hard.
Yeah. I don't think they said this, but I got the sense it was more like he thought he was going to be a good dad and raise his kids, with his wife, and that's sort of the life he thought he was going to have. But then when she died during birth, that completely fucked his life. And so I'm sure he resents Ben. I guess that's where he openly
resents him.
Yeah,
I mean,
the problem comes from that.
Yeah, they had dialogue where he's like, "You killed your mother."
Wait, I was intuiting that. What do you mean they explicitly said it?
I was just, I don't know.
I was just making that up based on what I gathered from my. Yeah, okay.
I mean, it's good intuition. I just wanted to point out that it's actually been there.
Intuition/memory is a fine line, all right?
I mean, he was just, in that first episode, he was really awful.
Yeah, he was
bad. And they sort of reiterated that in the last episode. But really, like, what he did in the last episode wasn't nearly as bad as he was in the previous one.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he never had a nice thing to say to Ben in that entire episode.
Yeah.
He was just nasty to him from beginning to end. It was ridiculous. And it does seem like that. It does seem like he just, Ben has some kind of destiny, and he's just he's got to play his part in that in Ben becoming evil Ben.
Yeah. Which we get to more later.
But yeah, I don't know. It's really weird because he really seemed like he could give a shit about Ben. It's really strange for me to see him care so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
The old Roger, who I thought I knew, I would expect to just, be indifferent.
Well, look at that. We learned something about Roger.
I guess we did.
You ready for the next scene?
Yeah. In the next scene, it's a flashback. Kate drives up to a house. Aaron is with her in the back seat, and it's still a baby. So, note that on your timelines. Kate sings, what's that thing called? Catch a Falling Star, the famous Catch a Falling Star. She walks up to the door. The door is answered by Cassidy, who recognizes Kate, as you all remember from the episode in season 3 where they met, and also recognized her as a part of the Oceanic Six. She asked Kate what she's doing there, and Kate says, "Sawyer sent me."
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh!
I have to say, I think this was one of the weaker cold opens or whatever they would call it, teasers.
Mm-hmm.
Sawyer sent me, then Lost. And I was like, oh, that's where you guys are going to have this show? Okay. It just didn't have that impact a lot of times that they have.
Yeah. I know. Yeah, that's the one thing in this episode that, I mean, it worked well enough, but we kind of already guessed pretty much on, right. We pretty much nailed what Sawyer whispered to Kate in the helicopter.
Mm-hmm.
And this episode just confirms that. It's sort of just watching what you already thought was true play out as a little bit,
Yeah.
And that's sort of what the reveal is, I think, when she says Sawyer sent me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what's supposed to have the impact, but it didn't really work for me because I kind of already figured that.
Yeah. I mean, why else would she be there?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, even if you didn't guess that's what Sawyer said, like, that's the connection they have.
Yeah.
I mean, they had that thing with the con man thing, but,
Yeah.
Cassidy.
I know.
Cassidy.
She's back.
She is back. Yeah, let's do the next scene so we can talk about Cassidy.
All right.
And all her Cassidiness.
In the next scene, we come back after Lost. Cassidy flips through an envelope of money and says, "So that son of a bitch is still alive?" Kate says that Sawyer told her where to find Cassidy and to take care of Clementine, his daughter. Cassidy offers to wake Clementine up. Kate starts to leave, saying she shouldn't have come, personally. Cassidy says, "Why trust me?" Kate says she wanted Clementine to know that her daddy cared. Kate tells Cassidy about Sawyer jumping off the helicopter. Cassidy calls him a coward, thinks Sawyer was trying to get away from Kate. Cassidy says that Sawyer never tried to see Clementine before. Cassidy realizes that the money is not Sawyer's, and Kate admits it's from the settlement. Cassidy says, "You have the same look on your face as I did when he ditched me." Then she asks if Aaron is Sawyer's. Kate says, "No, I was pregnant before I met him." Cassidy realizes that Aaron is not her baby and asks Kate why she's lying when she told the truth about everything else that happened with the plane crash. Kate says, "Because I have to."
Still makes me laugh. This scene was weird to me because for a couple of reasons, but namely because like we don't see what Kate tells Cassidy, and then of course as you reiterated, Cassidy sort of alludes to what that basically Kate told her that they lied, the whole big lie.
Yeah.
But it's just weird to me because we don't know that she did that until we get these sort of hints about it.
Yeah.
And then at the end, Cassidy, and then the whole thing with Aaron not being Kate comes off weird to me. It just was weird. The flow of information was weird in this scene, and maybe it's just because we didn't see at the beginning of it. But I don't know why Kate trusted Cassidy and told her all that. Like, it didn't really make any sense to tell her that they did all this, right? Like, or was that necessary to explain that Sawyer was still alive?
Yeah, it does seem like she needed to say something about that. She could have made up something else, I guess. But I guess she decided to just tell the truth. Yeah, I don't know. It seems like she shouldn't necessarily want to do that.
Yeah, I mean, you could say because in their cover story, there's no helicopter in their cover story, right?
No helicopter.
Okay.
They just rode to that island.
Yeah. The thing that bothered me about Cassidy in these early scenes, like, it was fine later, but in these early scenes, she just comes off as way too knowing, like, everything that Kate says is just like, she's like one step ahead of her, kind of.
Yeah.
And it's really weird because, we sort of haven't seen Cassidy in a long time, and, it's just weird for her to come off like that right off the bat. It plays better later, I think. But it was weird, and then she intuits that Aaron is not her kid, which is a pretty big deal, I think. That she sort of figures that out, and I'm like, well, she's a con woman. She learned from Sawyer.
Yeah.
She picks up on that, but I don't know. Maybe the scene is weird to me because maybe it just seems like they're trying to get a lot across really fast.
Yeah.
They're
definitely doing that.
Yeah, so it was weird, but
like, this scene in real life should be a lot longer.
Yeah, totally.
And they rush through it, they skip parts, and yeah, Cassidy definitely is very quick to realize what's going on. And kind of surprised me. But yeah, I agree. I think that's what we're supposed to believe. I think we're supposed to believe that's her character. She could tell Kate was lying.
Yeah, and it's weird considering, Cassidy, correct me if I'm wrong, but Cassidy, before this, she didn't know who Kate really was, right? Like, maybe they exchanged names, but like...
What do you mean?
Well, when they met the first time.
Yeah, but what do you mean she didn't know who she was?
Like, it was weird to me when Cassidy opened the door. She's like, "Hey, I saw you on TV. You were in this plane crash."
Yeah.
So it's weird to me that that Cassidy this woman that Cassidy met years ago is the same woman that was on this plane crash, yet, you know, it's a concocted story and all that. That was just weird.
I don't understand.
Well, just the way Cassidy puts it all together, based on the fact that when they first met, you know, obviously Kate like helps her out of that situation with the jewelry.
Right.
I forget what happens with them later.
Cassidy helps Kate try to go visit her mother.
Ah, yes. But then they don't see each other for however long that is, and then Cassidy sees Kate on TV as the survivor as one of the Oceanic Six.
Yeah.
And then she shows, but it's just a weird series of coincidences and circumstances.
Yeah, it is.
And I think Cassidy should she's very quick to react given how crazy these circumstances are.
Yeah.
You know, and so you got all that on top of this. Oh, here's a big lie we're telling everybody.
Yeah.
It was definitely strange.
Yeah, it's a lot. That's a lot to take in.
Yeah.
She doesn't seem nearly as blown away by it as I would probably be.
Yeah, totally. Like, this lady shows up on your door. Like, what? Like, she did say, I never thought I'd see you again, but it's just like, yeah, it was just really, really strange.
Yeah.
Yeah, the part about her guessing that Aaron isn't Kate's was still weird. I guess I'll buy it, but it's just, you know, it's, you know, maybe I would buy it better if she asked the question and not just said, oh, he's not yours, is he?
Yeah.
You know, like, but I guess that this is also supposed to be pretty soon afterwards. Erin's still pretty young, so
yeah.
She hasn't really formulated her mom ability yet, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah, she's probably still kind of faking it.
I did like how they played the line, you know, Sawyer jumped off the plane to save us. And I'm like, ooh, take that, Cassidy. He just did a selfless act. And she's like, that coward. He did it to leave you. And I'm like, oh, man. Like, I didn't think there was any way she could badmouth Sawyer for that. And then she just totally flips that around. And I'm like, oh, man.
Oh, of course he jumped out of the helicopter, that son of a bitch.
Like, she was not impressed by that at all.
Not in the least.
You know, like, jeez. And I don't know if I believe her. I think we're supposed to believe her, like that like Sawyer did it to run away from Kate. But I don't know if I believe that.
I don't want to believe her. I mean, I want to believe, just like with Saeed and I'm a killer, you know, I want to believe that they're saying that, but it's not really that simple.
Yeah.
Like, I believe that Sawyer, you know, had some kind of, you know, fear or whatever of trying to start up some kind of real relationship with Kate. I believe he actually believed that, but the idea that that's why primarily he jumped out of the helicopter. I mean, I certainly don't think that if there weren't holes in the helicopter and Frank yelling, we need to get rid of a couple $100,
he would just jump out.
That he would just jump out because he didn't want to be with Kate, you know?
Yeah.
But I think the primary motivation was the helicopter needed to get rid of Wade, and he, you know, was willing to get off, you know. I mean, I think that's the main issue, and that other stuff I think is true, but it's not the primary reason they're making it out to be.
I don't, you know, the relationship with the fearsome foursome here, Jack, Kate, Sawyer, and Juliet, like, it's weird, you know, because I mean, even in this, you know, they talk about it in this episode. Jack was like, "You never liked me, the old me, Kate," you know, like. And, you know, I saved, you know, Ben because, you know, because Sawyer was going to die. And, you know, and it's like, well, if, you know, Kate is, you know, doing this for Sawyer. And then it just seems like who liked who just wasn't what we thought anymore, you know, or they just, you know, oh, I like you, but, you know, not off island or something or, you know, like it's, you know, and then Juliet and Sawyer in this episode. Like, you know, Sawyer does the thing for her, and she's like, "We're done playing house last episode."
Yeah.
You know, and it's like they need to figure out who likes who and how much. Just write it down on a chart and let's graph this thing and figure out what's going on.
All right, 1 to 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Jack, Juliet, Kate, and Sawyer. How does it go?
We need a matrix, yes.
Yeah, a matrix. A 4x4 matrix.
A 4x4 matrix, yeah. I mean, you might find the best pairing is Jack and Sawyer. You know?
I know. Exactly. Yeah, they haven't realized that yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's definitely muddled. Once again, I mean, my brain was off, so I have, I have an opinion about sort of what those levels might be, but it isn't necessarily backed up by anything.
Mhm.
I'm just along for the ride. Whatever they're gonna do, I have no idea. Because they just swing one way and the other way. I mean, it's been like that for a very long time. I mean, ever since originally it was just Jack, Kate, and Sawyer.
Yeah.
But I mean, that was a thing. You had, Anna Lucia kind of jumped in there for a minute or two, but then Juliet became the fourth person, and they sort of went every way with that. And it's been a constant back and forth. They sort of get together and then they break up, and then they get together and then they break up, and they just go back and forth, and I have no idea where they're going to end up at this point.
Like musical chairs.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like it's just not. I feel like it could go just about any way at this point.
Next thing?
Yeah. Did I want to say something else about this? Probably not. What else is there?
Oh, I did want to mention one thing about the money. Where is the trust that Sawyer set up for Clementine?
You're right. I don't know what to. Part of me wants to say like he didn't have time to tell her.
Yeah, I don't think he has time to say, hey, the bank is this and the account number is this, and like I'll go ahead and let them know you're gonna make a withdrawal, like But I think he could have said, tell Cassidy there's money for Clementine at this bank. Yeah. Because it's in Clementine's name, so I think once she's 18 or whatever, she can get it or whatever the thing is. But but it was weird because that's what I thought that money was going to be was
Me too.
From Sawyer, but no.
No. Yeah. Well, luckily they have a big settlement, so money's sort of not an issue.
Yeah.
So she can just give her a big wad of cash.
Which is why they should have rented a plane to go back to the island.
No, it had to be on that plane. That's what Miss Hawking said.
It had to be that one because Caesar and Ilana were on that one, and we need them as characters, or else who's Locke gonna deal with?
Oh, it's true. So true. Yeah. Oh, I was gonna mention the little Catch a Falling Star reference.
What's that?
That's the song that it's the song that
Jacob sang.
It's the song that Christian supposedly sung to Claire, and then she hears it in the on the mobile in her dream, and then it's also in the mobile in maternity leave. And she makes reference to it a couple times. So anyway, it's a running thing with Claire and Aaron that they.
So how the fuck is Kate singing it?
Threw in there. Yeah, I mean, I guess we're supposed to assume that Kate just knew it and just coincidentally is singing it, unless Claire told her about it, which she might have. I don't remember.
Well, maybe
it's been a long time.
Maybe we could assume that Claire sang it to Aaron,
that too.
In the background at some point.
Yeah.
And so Kate knew that Claire did that, and so it would make Aaron comfortable to hear that song.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. Or the crazy theory is that Aaron has the ability to put thoughts in people's brains. So I just want to put those two ideas out there. Whichever one people want to go towards.
I like the alternate theory. That's wow.
Sing me this song.
Yikes.
Yeah, it's Aaron.
It's scary.
Hey, I just want to say one thing. Aaron is depicted on the mural in the Swan. So
he's still
you know
on
he's
that?
important. You know he's just because it blew up does not mean.
Man, if they actually go back to that mural, if they're like, remember in the hatch on the mural, and they actually like tile that in, that'll be great. I'll be amazed if they actually do that.
That would be awesome.
Oh God, I forgot that Aaron was in that mural. Aaron and Walt.
Very well, muraling it up.
The two children of the island.
Mm-hmm.
Who are gonna? I don't know what they're gonna do. I forgot what the story was. You had a whole theory that went with that.
Yeah, I deciphered the imagery and I came up with something.
Yeah, you did. It was a whole story. God, I wish I could remember the details. Anyway. Okay, so next scene.
Yeah.
We're back, flashing back in the 70s with Dharma. Sawyer checks the monitors. I guess he's looking for Saeed. Kate comes downstairs and asks Sawyer what happened. Sawyer tells her to keep quiet and stop asking questions. Horace comes in. Sawyer pretends he was questioning Kate and gives her an out to leave. Horace wants to check Saeed's cell. They see the keys in the door and observe that they are janitor's keys. Horace notes that there are only 3 janitors, Roger, Willie, and the new guy, Jack. Sawyer says he'll talk to Jack. Sawyer takes Miles outside and tells Miles to lock up the new arrivals in the house so that things don't get out of control. Sawyer goes over to the infirmary and talks to Roger, promising an update on Ben's condition. Sawyer asks Roger for his keys, and Roger is unable to locate them.
All right.
Boom.
You know, Dharma only had 2 janitors before Jack showed up.
Apparently.
And I just love the idea that, Miles, Jen, and Sawyer are all in security. That seems like a lot for just like 3 people show up and go to security.
Mm-hmm.
Considering they only had 2 janitors.
Well, they are at war with the hostiles.
Yeah.
So maybe
it's probably more important.
Yeah, security is a bigger issue than cleanliness.
Yeah, who's gonna pick up sandwiches off the floor that people throw?
Now that we realize there are 3 janitors, like he probably did have to pick up his own sandwich.
Totally. Unless he was like, "I'll make Willie do it."
Yeah. Poor Willie.
So I have to ask, since Sawyer is apparently looking for Saeed on the monitors, isn't Saeed going to encounter the sonic fence?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, he's not really just going to be able to escape, right?
Oh, they didn't show them leaving the sonic fence, did they?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, no, they didn't. I was making that up.
And I feel like,
yeah.
Wait, where is the flame at? Is the flame inside the fence too?
No.
The flame isn't.
Yeah, the flame's it's a separate
So
place.
they just keep not showing us when they go through it then. When they took
Yeah,
Saeed
they don't always show the fence.
Okay.
They definitely cut it out sometimes. Yeah, no, the flame is definitely a different part because the first time they went to the flame, they hadn't even found the barracks yet, so they definitely
it didn't seem like it was close.
They didn't go through the fence. Yeah, I mean it's not quite clear how close they are, but it's not within the fence.
Yeah.
So yeah, so they definitely skipped that stuff, and I guess I'm gonna think that somehow he gets out, unless he's just hiding out somewhere within the fence.
Is there any way he knows the code to deactivate the fence?
Yeah, that's let's see. I can't think of any reason why he would. And I wanted to say, maybe he just used earplugs, but he wasn't really there to see that.
Well, he could just stick his fingers in his ear, maybe. I don't know if that's good enough.
Man, if that's good enough, that's pathetic. God. What a shitty protection.
And I think you mentioned this last time, but just reminded me again about Richard saying, that fence might keep other things out, but not us.
Yeah.
We have earplugs. I don't know what he meant.
Yeah, I know. I like to think he meant something better than that, but that is all you need, so it's not really that crazy. Yeah, and I don't know, maybe he could figure out a way to climb over, or I don't know. I always forget about that fence. Ugh.
Don't forget about the fence.
What a problem. Was there any time he could have seen it? I can't think of any time where they actually... Wait a minute. Did they... Man, I just don't remember. That first time when they went out there to get Jack, did they... Oh, that was when they climbed over.
That's when they climbed over.
Yeah, okay. All right. So maybe he'll just climb over somehow. It's always that.
Yeah.
If he can get something to climb up on. And they do shut it off at a certain point in this episode, so if he was waiting by there, he could have gone out then.
But he doesn't. You don't know when it's off.
There's no way he would know that, of course, but yeah. Maybe he was hiding in the bushes where they were.
Yes.
And there's a deleted scene where we see him leave.
When we sneak across?
Yeah. All right, so that's all I got. Obviously, I got nothing to explain it, so,
yeah. Well, I just bring it up just for the idea that Saeed might still be close by and not necessarily just anywhere on the island. Yeah.
I'm kind of hoping he will fulfill what my original thought was and end up with the others.
Mhm.
It would be nice to get a little more with that.
Yeah, I could see him getting captured or something.
Yeah. Yeah, because, he can't really... I don't think he's going to get captured by Dharma again. And it would be weird if he just, was able to hide out within the fence. Maybe he could do that, but, what would they do,
Yeah, no, he's not just going to hide out and hang out. They're going to give him something to do.
Yeah. I would think so. But, they didn't really talk about that. Unless we're supposed to believe that that they did go through the fence and we just didn't see it.
Oh. Would Jin be patrolling that far out? I guess he could be.
Yeah, he could be.
He
definitely.
Find Kate and those guys when they came.
Yeah.
They never resolved. Oh, I guess they did. I guess I was just still waiting for them to find the plane, but the plane's in the future.
Yeah, they're not going to find the plane.
Did Jin ever realize that they did say that there was no word about a plane, right?
Yeah.
Jin's not still looking for the plane.
I don't think Jin's still looking for the plane.
Okay.
Although we don't see him that much, so it's not quite clear.
Yeah.
But yeah, I assume he sort of did what he could. The problem is he got interrupted by Saeed, and that whole thing, has sort of spiraled, and he's been occupied since then. So I assume he'll, worry about it again at some point, but the initial search wasn't working, so, and I don't know. They haven't really addressed it.
Yeah. Next scene?
Let's see. Yeah, okay. So in the next scene, we are inside the infirmary. Juliet and some other people are trying to operate on Ben to save him. The doctor is apparently at the looking glass station. Juliet says she can't fix the problem. Wow. I think I skipped something where Sawyer comes in here. At some point, Sawyer shows up, but I didn't really write that.
He's in the beginning, isn't he? He comes in.
Does he come in right away?
He's from right after talking to Roger.
Okay, that's right. Sawyer goes in. I skipped that part. So Juliet's saying this to Sawyer, not just like out loud. Juliet says she can't fix the problem. He needs a real surgeon. So Sawyer takes the cue and leaves. I'll go ahead and just do the next thing too.
Yeah.
Jack, Hurley, and Kate are being held by Miles in a house under threat of being shot in the leg. This is Sawyer's idea. Hurley checks to see if he's disappearing, and Miles notices. Hurley says they changed stuff and therefore don't exist. Miles says it doesn't work like that. Whatever happened, happened. Ben's going to survive. Kate says, what if you're wrong? Miles says, and it doesn't matter. Sawyer comes in the door and asks Jack for help. Jack thinks for a bit and says no. Sawyer says, if you don't help, Ben will die. Jack responds, then he dies.
I wish he would have said so.
So?
Or who cares?
Oh, no.
I wish he would have gave like a Ben response.
Yeah.
That would have been very awesome.
Yeah.
So not much in the previous scene, I guess. Ben just needs medical help.
That's
Juliet can't do it. Didn't we figure this was going to happen?
Yeah, we did.
I mean, it's pretty plausible. Juliet's not a surgeon.
Mm-hmm.
We've seen her come to the limits of her abilities before.
Yeah.
I'm thinking after this, though, they won't want to keep her in the motor pool.
I was gonna say that's what I meant to bring up about this. Like we talked about last week. What wasn't it a bad idea maybe for her to go in there and deliver Amy's baby? Since ostensibly she doesn't have those kind of skills.
Mm-hmm.
But then the idea was, Amy kept it a secret or something. But here she is, just working away on Ben in no kind of secrecy at all. So, I wonder what they say. Well, she just happens to, know how to do this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder. I guess the idea is they've been there so long, they're just not. No one's suspicious of them anymore. But it's just weird to me that she's openly doing this, when she's supposed to just work in the motor pool.
I'm curious what their, if they have to take aptitude tests or what,
mm-hmm.
or, what they said they knew versus what they didn't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know if they were recruited the same way, or went through the same recruitment process. That we saw the newer guys go through.
No, I don't think they did because they weren't. They weren't
recruits. They were just
and they weren't put on like the list artificially, and it wasn't all faked for them. Like they, it was known that they were on the island, not from the sub.
Yeah, so that's the thing. If they didn't take aptitude tests or have some sort of paper trail of lies of what they did know or whatever, then it's not that big a deal. It's just,
but they were supposed to
she
be
has
like
mechanical skills and
people, whatever they call them, looking for the Black Rock. Like that was the original story.
You'd want a physician aboard if or some sort of person to do first aid. Why not?
All right. Sure.
Just as long as they didn't say before what she did, I think it's fine. But if before it was like, all I know is mechanic stuff, and then it's like, but you don't.
Yeah.
I meant people mechanics too. She could say that.
Yeah, you're right.
She's like, a gasket is a gasket.
Mhm. Yeah.
So then we got the whatever happened storyline.
Yeah.
Going on here. Yeah. With the Back to the Future reference. Thank you, Hurley.
Mm-hmm.
That was awesome. Although I wanted someone just to tell him, if you were going to disappear, you'd disappear already.
Right.
But and then Jack's thing about he not helping Ben, I think is I really liked that whole thing until later.
Oh no!
But at the beginning, I definitely love it.
I like the fact that he says no and he sticks to it.
Mm-hmm.
He isn't conflicted about it. He just makes his decision and that's it. And the lead character, the hero, just doesn't act. I sort of like that. It's a nice change of pace.
Yeah, I mean he's taking a different role here. He's making sandwiches later, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I think I like the fact that he makes a decision and sticks to it, and I also like the fact that the way that this time travel thing kind of works is, you don't have to do you sort of in a certain respect you don't sort of have to do anything, like differently. You can make your choice. And then, the thing about Jack is I like the comfort that he has in, Ben is going to survive no matter what I do.
Yeah.
So if I choose to do nothing and stick to that, then that's what I always did, and then he survives.
Yeah.
And I think that's great, and it's almost a sort of empowering that you can sort of work the system almost.
Right.
But it sort of backfires in that in the long run, this leads to Ben becoming who he is by Jack's decision not to help.
Yeah.
Which once Jack finds that out, he's of course gonna vomit and his head is gonna spin around. When someone tells him, "Yeah, Jack, you're more or less directly responsible for Ben becoming evil."
Mhm.
It's like, oops.
Yeah. It's pretty weird. I think the strange thing is that you're they don't know everything. They know some information about what happens here and later, but they not completely. I mean, they don't know what they're going to do.
Yeah.
For example, even though that there's sort of a fact about what they're going to do. And so in that situation, you just have to decide, what is my role going to be in what's already happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so he can decide that his role will be not to help or his role will be to help. But I guess that's where I get hung up, because it's like it seems like he has to choose this one thing. He has to choose not to help. But it sort of bothers me.
I mean, if you look at it in one respect, if he did, in the original,
well, not that he has to, so much as that's what he's going to choose.
Yeah. I mean, there really is sort of no way that, there really is no way that Ben won't turn out evil, obviously, because he does. So
right.
Even if Jack did decide to help, that sort of wouldn't do it. Somehow he would still end up with the others.
Yeah. That's what we're supposed to believe. At the same time, it's just sort of Jack didn't do that.
Yeah.
Jack didn't help. And that's how it turned out. So you could say if he did, it would have turned out that way anyway, but it's sort of, that didn't happen. So, I think if I were in that circumstance, I would probably just act normally, just do whatever I would do normally, regardless of time travel. Then,
definitely.
And then
not that it would matter, right?
Not that it would matter, but I feel like that's just as reasonable a course as any. Just do what I normally do, and then that's the role I play, and what comes to be, and that's okay. Then I won't have to sort of fret about what the results of every single thing I do is going to be.
Well, yeah. Here's the thing: like if Ben didn't kidnap Jack Hayden Sawyer and have the whole issue where, like Jack explains later, that he had to save Ben for Kate, then he would have potentially helped Ben now. If this was the first time he had to help Benjamin Linus, I think he would have done it. But he's been through that and a whole bunch of other stuff.
Yeah.
So it's weird. So, it's really not. It's weird because it's like you sort of can't blame anybody in a certain sense. Although it's sort of Juliet's and Kate's idea to take him to the other.
Mm-hmm.
But in the long run, he was going to get there somehow, right? Because he always got there.
That's the thing, except what always happened was Juliet and Kate took him to the others.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, if they didn't, and in some alternate timeline, the future was still the same, then this present would be different, and he ended up there some other way.
Right.
And of course, but. And to that, I think that's what's really strange is you can't undo it the other way. You can't, obviously change the future. So there's sort of no way in which Ben can't become one of the others here.
Right.
Because the Losties come back to the past, but the future's already been done, so they can't really make any effective changes.
Yeah.
So it's not like they could really do anything to make Ben good.
All they can really do is find out how he becomes, what he becomes.
Yeah.
That's the best they can do. They can't really influence. They can't change the outcome. It's just they just get to see how it plays out.
Yeah.
And that's it. I mean, that's something. They get information, but it's not.
Because it's weird because. Yeah, it's just weird because you would think, if Jack and if the Losties weren't there. And never mind. That's just it doesn't even. That's why even waste time talking about it if they weren't there.
I have to say, it's been a running theme this season, but the fact that them going back and all these main characters of the show, the fact that their actions are so entwined with Ben's history is really it's just yet another vomit example. Because it's just, I mean, having them so influential in, what is pretty much, the biggest villain on the show so far, it's just, it's hard for me to really take that in.
Yeah, it's a little strange to me how intertwined they are, and their effect upon Ben and his effect upon them, and it's just, is this all because they like Michael Emerson? Like, really?
Well,
and I mean, and Ben's character, and the character of Ben, like, it seems they're so intertwined,
Yeah.
It's like, jeez, why?
Yeah, it's. I really wish there was some way I could know if there were no Michael Emerson, or if he hadn't got that part for some reason, what the show would look like now. Because he's been so pivotal. It's really hard to imagine the show without him.
Yeah.
At this point, he's involved in basically every major plot point ever since he showed up. And I mean, few other characters are like that.
Libby, we're looking at you.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So I mean, I know they had an idea for a leader of the others kind of character, but would they have made him Ben? Would that character have, if they didn't like the actor who played the leader of the others as much as they like Michael Emerson? What direction would the show have gone in? I wish there was a way I could know that. I'm really curious.
Well, I would say you can go back in time and change things, but apparently you can't.
I guess not. Yeah, so I'll never know.
I might as well destroy this time machine I built since it's useless.
Pretty much. I mean, if we use it, then we always used it.
Yeah.
And we're already living with the consequences of the fact that we used it.
Yay.
So, I don't know. Did we use it? We'll have to find out.
I guess we will, or won't.
Or won't.
Or always did. But yeah, Jack's decision not to help, I thought, but that's the thing about Jack. It's still, he's the new Jack, but he's still the old Jack. And I don't know how you do that, but he's still, even, it's like he's trying not to be stubborn, but he is.
Right.
And he's like, I'm just going to let the island, I'm going to get out of the island's way.
Right.
And it's just like, yeah, but that's, that doesn't help. You're not helping.
Yeah.
He's not doing what he thinks he's doing.
Right.
And it's that kind of thing, like with Locke, too. It's like when Jack or Locke are really sure about something, it's probably the wrong thing to do.
Yeah. Yeah, they have that in common.
Got to blow up that sub.
Oh, God.
And I'm gonna take a dip in the water because.
Yeah, that was what happened apparently.
Yep.
Before I blow up that sub, I'm just gonna have a little swim, a little night swimming. In my clothes.
In my clothes.
Why not?
Maybe what he did was he jumped in the water first, got on the sub,
Here we go.
blew it up, right?
Yeah.
He didn't want to, catch on fire when the sub blew up or, so he doused himself in water first.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
So he was wet so he wouldn't get burned. And,
I didn't think of it as a safety precaution. That's
safety
a good
precaution.
That's a good theory. I like
first.
that.
Safety first.
That's pretty much that's something we can take away from all this.
Yes.
Remember, kids,
if you're going to blow up a submarine, safety first. Ask your parents. Ask your parents before you do that.
Yeah, that's the best theory I've ever heard. Like, I actually almost want to believe that.
Yeah, I don't know why I haven't heard that theory before, but it's safety first.
Yeah, that's okay. Safety first. I'm there.
It's a safety first theory.
It is. Okay, so yeah, I have more to say about Jack, but I'm gonna defer to later.
Yeah.
When he talks more later. Okay, so next scene?
Yep.
Next scene, Kate looks out the window. Then she goes over to talk to Jack to admonish him for refusing to help Ben. Jack says it doesn't matter. Kate says, what if you're supposed to save him? Jack says that 30 years from now, Ben will lock him in a cage, get him to perform surgery, and Kate will beg him to do the surgery to save Sawyer. Jack already did this once, and he did it for Kate. He will not do it again. Kate says it is our responsibility that Saeed is there. Jack says maybe the island wants to fix things itself, and Jack was just getting in the way. Kate says she liked the old Jack, but she doesn't like the new Jack. Jack says, you didn't like the old me. Kate leaves the house.
You're right, Jack. I didn't die.
Yeah, I'm out. That's it.
Awkward.
I forgot. We got some more Jack here. I was actually thinking of the Juliet scene. We just talked about what Jack is saying here.
Yeah.
This thing about letting the island do what it wants to do, which I think it's strange. Jack actually. Well, I'm gonna save that for later. Let's see. Can I say anything just about this scene? Oh, yes, I can. Yeah. So the idea here is that I guess I'm a little bit confused. Jack sort of says that he's already saved Ben once and he doesn't want to do it again. But I mean, is his perspective, like, does he have any kind of malice towards Ben, or is he just saying, I think it'll turn out better if I don't help? Like, does he actually think that, or does he actually? I mean, I guess in the previous scene he sort of says then he dies. Like, it sort of indicates he doesn't care.
I think he's saying, I had to help Ben once. I didn't want to do it, but I did it for you. Things didn't turn out well. I don't think. I think I'm leaning on the side where Jack would agree. Where I think Jack would say, things didn't necessarily turn out great after that. And he's saying, I'm presented with the same situation here. And I think he's kind of saying this time, I'm not gonna do it for you. Which is I think where that other line comes in about you didn't like the old me. And so I think there is malice there. I think it's I don't want to help him, and there's no compelling reason for me to help him. I think it's probably better if I don't help him because I keep doing things. It's actually kind of what Sawyer said. That Jack just reacts to things, and I think Jack heard that, and and listen to that. And I think he's saying he's like, I'm not gonna just do this thing. I'm gonna sit back and let the island. And I think it's pretty big that he's acknowledging the island's will. And I don't really know how much. I was thinking about that in this scene. He says, maybe I should get out of the island's way, and Kate kind of doesn't really respond to that idea. And I was just wondering, like, do they, how do they really think the island has a will on its own? And is that they've seen a lot of crazy stuff, but is this just a metaphor, or do they really think, the island has some sort of will of its own?
It seems like Jack thinks that.
Yeah, it seems like Jack's thinking that. And the more recent we've heard, though, Ben and people say things like, the island this, the island that.
Yeah.
So that definitely helps. The thing that confused me is when he said you didn't like the old Jack. And I didn't know if he meant...
I know.
The Jack on the island, or the Jack who was drunk and engaged to Kate and all that.
I feel like he meant that Jack, the semi-old Jack.
The off-island Jack?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I feel like she really didn't like that Jack, whereas I do feel like she liked the Jack on the island.
But I thought she did like the off-island Jack, but he kind of ruined it with his jealousy and all that.
Yeah, I mean, she liked him, and then she didn't.
I mean, because she was like, I want you to see Aaron, blah, 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 and then they have the whole thing.
Yeah.
And he makes it seem like, or it seems like she really was never interested in him, but then why would she get engaged then?
Yeah.
It seems like the problem was, she didn't like the drunkard, but it was like, well, that's obvious.
Yeah.
So I didn't really...
I feel like he's saying, like, the drunkard was the old Jack that you didn't like.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's an obvious statement. But if he's talking about the previous on-island Jack, because I think that would make sense too. Because they didn't really ever get together for real when they were on the island, and he did make the sacrifice for Sawyer. Yeah. And that seems like that's what he's talking about. Is I did this for you, and it wasn't for you to return affection to me. It was you. Like Sawyer at the time, or whatever. So I don't know. It was weird. I'm sure all of the above are appropriate at this point. In terms of Jack, she didn't like. I'm
just wondering when did Jack turn on Ben? I mean, I know that he's pissed about that surgery thing, and that's fine. I guess he's still pissed about that. But Ben, without Ben, he never would have been able to come back to the island. I mean, Ben, he went from, just getting on random planes and hoping they crashed on the island at random, to when he met Ben, within a few days, he was on the island again. And that's what he wanted. And, they were working together. I mean, he didn't, they had that one scene after the marina where, where Sun says, I'm going to kill Ben, and Jack says, not if I kill him first. And
I think Jack has held a grudge since the first attack by the others. I think Jack has never really liked Ben. I think he was going along with him because he was convinced that he had to, and that that he had to get back to the island to save everybody else and all that stuff. I think it was all sort of, he was begrudgingly doing it. And I think, now that he's in this situation, it's just presenting himself as, I don't really like Ben.
I mean, if it weren't for Ben, he wouldn't be there, and so it's just kind of strange to say, now I'm just going to let him die.
Well, that's true in a certain sense, but, I mean, other things could have happened. I mean, if Ben didn't kill Locke, Locke might have actually, gone to Los Angeles and talked to Miss Hawking and then found Jack, and they could have gotten back maybe. Now, that doesn't necessarily mesh well with the recreation of the thing, but as we know, it was, random anyway what was going to happen. So,
right.
So there's other way. I mean, Ben wasn't. I mean, unless unless I'm forgetting something, I don't think Ben was 100% pivotal. But he definitely got the job done, obviously. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I think Jack should give Ben some points for that in the long run. But I think Ben has a lot of other negative points too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and the whole being manipulated into doing surgery, Jack's, prized most prized skill, it's I'm sure he didn't like that predicament to be in, to have to be forced to do that and all that stuff, and and then being held captive, and he had a couple sandwiches with toothpicks, but he kind of lost his mind in there.
The other thing that's strange about Jack is that he was fully ready to just leave the island on the submarine, and just kind of leave it all behind.
Mm-hmm.
And just walk away, and it's just Jack is just surprisingly unheroic sometimes.
Well, I think they're showing him pretty consistently that once he's gotten back on the island, that he's sort of a different Jack. He's sort of not the hero. He doesn't have a real place to be. He can't do the stuff that Sawyer's doing. This was his time to step in with the surgery to help little Ben, and he decided not to. I really think Jack is just really apathetic about a lot of things right now. I mean, he is still coping, I think, with being in 1977 Dharma.
Yeah.
And I think he is just kind of going along for the ride and trying to see what unfolds. But I like this Jack. I like the sort of introspective, ambivalent Jack who's just going to kind of do things differently. Because like Sawyer said, he spent all that time trying to be the one to do things, and he ended up back where he started, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, apparently, but it can be a bad thing, so I don't know.
Yeah. I don't necessarily like him. I kind of liked the old Jack better in terms of just, which Jack would I want to actually be around, but I like that they've taken his character in this direction. I think it's good. It's good to have him do something different and to have changed and to take on a different role. It's strange. I still haven't really gotten used to it, but I do like that. I like that they followed through with it. Jack in season 1 would have initially refused or something, but I feel like he would have eventually decided he had to do it. Do no harm, whatever.
Yeah.
It would have been his duty. But he's at a point where he's willing to just say, let it happen. It's not my problem.
I think he doesn't think it really matters. I think he's on the page Miles is on.
And he's sort of right and wrong. Like that's what's weird. Like his deciding that is a part of what happens, and so it does matter. Except
it doesn't.
Except that he's already already made the choice not to help, and so the consequences of that have already played out. But it sort of matters in some sense in that his choices have an effect. It's not that his choices don't have an effect. At least it seems that way. It's just that.
Well, here's the thing.
He's already made a particular choice.
What's strange to me is it's like it's sort of not Jack's fault, even in the sense that he's only and he's choosing not to help Little Ben because of what happened before, which is in the future.
Right.
So if Ben hadn't kidnapped them and all that stuff and forced the surgery, and everything else sort of played out the same, and they ended up going back in time, Jack might have said yes. If this is the first time he had to operate on Ben, I think he'd be a lot more inclined to say yes, and things would have been different. So it's kind of like Ben's fault in a way,
right?
Future Ben's fault for souring, Jack's opinion of him so badly. So yeah, it's weird. It's just like whatever happened happened. I just made that up.
It's a good one.
Nice, thanks.
It's a good one. You should use that as a title for something.
What would be a good title for? Let me think. Can't think of anything.
Okay.
Ugly Betty. Whatever happened, happened.
There you go. I've never seen it, but why not?
There it is. Sorry, Betty. Whatever happened, happened.
I don't know who's saying that to her or what they're talking about, but I buy it.
There it is.
Yeah.
All right, next scene, or what are we doing? What else? Anything else?
Yeah, what scene are we in? Oh, yeah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Ugh. All right. Yeah, next scene. Ready for the next scene?
Yeah, one more thing.
Oh.
Why is everyone always eating sandwiches? Jack's like, I'm making sandwiches. I'm like, God. Is there nothing else for you people to eat? Jeez. I know it's simple.
It's weird. They go through phases. There was that time back in season 3 where everybody was eating oatmeal.
Oh, yeah.
It was just oatmeal over and over again. This oatmeal's awesome. Want some oatmeal? I'm making some oatmeal. It's just,
hope you save me some of that oatmeal.
They go through phases where it's just all about one thing. I didn't pick that up, but yeah, it's all about sandwiches now.
Sandwich.
Any spare moment, it's time for a sandwich.
Sandwich time.
Wow. I like that Jack's just gonna make sandwiches. I wouldn't expect him to do that.
He's being very practical. He's like, well, people are gonna get hungry pretty soon. It's time to make some sandwiches.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the old Jack would be in surgery right now.
Right.
Not making sandwiches and starving.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. He'd probably have low blood sugar and
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. He would probably have low blood sugar. He wouldn't be able to think as well. He'd make some small mistake, and it wouldn't work out, and then they'd have to eventually take him to the others.
Yeah.
And then it would have played out like that, right? Sure.
There you go. Maybe that's what the sandwiches really mean. Because that's what he does instead of operating on Ben. So the sandwiches would have been the difference if he did help Ben. And there you go. That's it. It all works.
Case closed.
Whatever happened, happened.
Whatever happened, happened. Namaste.
Yeah. So, okay, next scene now?
Yeah, next scene.
Okay. Juliet, wow. Oh, yeah, that does make sense. Sorry. Juliet talks to Ben in the infirmary.
Like, what?
Yeah, that didn't happen. I forgot that kid was Ben.
Yeah, they called him, they a lot of times when they referred to him, they didn't say Ben. I noticed that. A lot of times they would say the kid.
Yeah.
Or something like that, to, I guess, I don't know, soften it or something.
Yeah. Yeah, it definitely softens it. You're gonna let a child die, not Ben as a
It's
child.
like, you're gonna let Ben die? Hell yes.
Yeah.
You're gonna let a child die? Oh, okay. I guess
Yeah, when you put it that way, it sounds worse. So yeah, that's I think that's definitely why they do it. It's a subtle emotional appeal.
Mhm.
We caught it. We know what you're
Yeah,
doing,
we did.
Juliet.
We caught it. Sawyer did it too. They all did it.
And Sawyer did it, yeah. And Kate. They're all about it.
All the women.
All those women. Okay, so in the next scene, Juliet talks to Ben, little Ben, in the infirmary, the kid. Kate is there to give blood for Ben. Juliet takes the blood, and they use the opportunity to talk about Jack. Kate says that her and Jack are engaged. Roger comes in the door and asks what's going on. He doesn't want to wait outside. Kate offers to let Roger stay there with her. Roger tells Kate that Ben stole his keys to let Saeed out. Kate says, why would he do that? Roger says, because of me. Roger laments being a bad father and the fact that Ben's mom died when he was born. Ben goes into some kind of shock. Roger is concerned. Juliet tells him to leave, and Roger is escorted out.
Alrighty.
In the scene.
So, is that a good enough summary for Jack and Kate's relationship off island? We were engaged.
Yeah.
For a little while. That's enough. That's all we need to know.
That's all we
Juliet
need
needs
to know. Did she say more than that?
No, I think that's all she said.
That's pretty much it, right? Yeah.
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 He was like, all right, well, I guess that
does it all. It was the biggest event, certainly. But yeah.
Did you catch that? I didn't catch it until saw it the second time, but
probably not.
But it's just the reason Kate goes in to give blood is because earlier when Sawyer came in, he said the kid's losing blood, and we don't have any.
Oh no, I didn't catch that at all.
Yeah, it was weird because I was thinking like, why? I mean, sure, it wasn't a big deal why Kate went, but I'm just thinking, why did she decide to just go do that? But I caught the second time. Sawyer comes in and says, Doc, the kid is losing a lot of blood. We don't have any. We need a surgeon. And so, and that's, and after in the previous scene when Kate talks to Jack and Jack says, I'm not going to do it, I'm making sandwiches. She's like, okay, well, I'll go, shouldn't say this, but she's like, I'll go get blood then.
Mhm.
So that was a nice train of thought for her, that she listened to Sawyer.
She did. She was paying attention.
Yeah, she was paying attention. She's also...
Unlike me, because I didn't notice that at all. I just thought she suddenly thought, well, he was shot. Maybe he needs some blood.
Mhm. What else is in this scene? Roger, he's bad because of me.
Oh.
Or I'm bad because of him. Which one is it?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not willing to let him off the hook so easy. I mean, okay, it would be better if his mom were alive, but he could have done better than that.
Yeah.
I mean, just nobody was forcing him to act that way.
The island was.
If he really feels this way, he should have, done something about it. I mean, it's just.
Well, here's the question. I think is he going to be a different father after this, or does Ben spend the next however many years until the purge under an abusive dad?
Mhm.
Because I can see Roger sort of doing the things he did and not really understanding and taking his frustrations out on the kid because that's the only power he has is over the kid.
Yeah.
It's not right, but I understand that someone would do that.
Yeah. But
then he sees his kid hurt, life and death situation.
Yeah.
This should change him. He seems really sympathetic. So, if we're supposed to gain any sympathy for him, any real sympathy for him, he sort of needs to change after this. And
Yeah.
I guess we might see if he does or not.
Yeah. He didn't seem to have changed that much, although that's the thing. In the final scene where Ben actually kills him, Ben's already like an adult, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So their interactions are different. Like he doesn't bully him like he does the kid, but it sort of wouldn't work anymore.
Yeah.
So he doesn't come across as evil, as mean in that part. So like they could sort of make that work. Ben was still bitter. That's the thing. Maybe the tragic part is by the time he's ready to be sort of a good father, he gets the evil Ben back.
Yeah.
And so it's sort of too late to really, you know, have any kind of impact.
And, you know, the big thing we saw him do in terms of being mean was when Ben brought the sandwich in to him. And I guess he broke his glass. That other scene when Ben comes to rescue Saeed and his glasses are broken and he's like, my dad. I mean, we're supposed to believe he, like, beat him up or something? And are we supposed to believe
he
just
took his glasses off and threw them?
I don't know what we're supposed to think.
Stomped on him? I don't know. Yeah.
It's
not clear.
But it was pretty bad for Ben to come be, you know, in cahoots with this hostile, you know, considering that, what's his name, Roger calls, you know, Saeed an animal. You know, the fact that they think of the hostiles as animals anyway, I thought was pretty crazy. So he did deserve some reprimanding for that. But
I think I think it was out of proportion. He should have been upset, but not this kind of intimidating cruelty that he went into. You know, it wasn't concern. That's the thing. He didn't seem concerned. He just seemed like he had another opportunity to torment him.
Yeah.
You know, and I mean, that wasn't it. I mean, there's more, you know, Man Behind the Curtain has more examples of him being bad.
Yeah, totally.
So, I mean, I mean, there's some pretty bad dads on Lost. Like a lot of them. Like just about all of them, really.
I think there's some bad parents overall.
Yeah, but it does seem like the dads are worse. You know, if you add them up.
The dads are worse in terms of, like, yeah.
Because, yeah, there've been some bad moms, too, but the dads win, I think.
Yeah.
Bad parents in general, though, there's a theme. So, yeah, anyway, it would be nice if we're supposed to believe that he's actually going to change. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Maybe. I don't know. They're not going to be there that much longer. I mean, we've only got, like, you know, 5 more episodes this season. And there isn't that much time to show, you know, that much. But I guess they could do something. I don't know. I don't know where they're going to leave the Ben story.
Yeah.
It'll be weird to see that play out. That was another thing that that I thought was kind of curious. It stuck out that Roger, you know, tells Kate that Ben took the keys, and Kate sort of knows that Ben is responsible for letting Saeed out. Like, I'm not really sure why they do this. Like, what purpose does that serve?
That Kate knows that Ben let Saeed out?
Yeah.
You mean what's the purpose of Roger saying Ben stole the keys?
Yeah, of having him tell Kate that.
Doesn't that line of dialogue lead towards, I guess a boy just needs his father? I mean, his mother?
Oh, yeah, you're right. It does.
Because it was basically like, yeah, my son did this really bad thing. Why would he do that? Oh, because of me, because I'm bad. Is his mother around? No, she died, you know, when he was born. I guess a boy just needs his mother. I think that's kind of how that went.
Yeah, you're right. So it was just a segue. I just think it's odd because Kate sort of got inside information. Of course, she's not going to go tell people because, or wait, why won't she? I guess she doesn't want to.
Well, she's busy helping Ben.
Yeah, she's busy helping Ben.
And Sawyer already knows, and they're going to find out pretty soon. I mean, there's only 3 janitors, so...
right.
I think it was
yeah,
bad
Sawyer figures it out on his own, but...
Yeah, I think it was bad on Saeed's part to sort of leave that evidence there. I mean, it's bad on Ben's part, obviously, but he's a kid.
Right.
But I don't know. That's strange to me, just to leave the keys. I mean, I guess it doesn't, for Saeed, it doesn't matter, but.
Yeah, he didn't really care about protecting Ben. I mean.
But it just might be good to have, when you have the janitor's keys, it opens doors.
Oh, he should have just taken him for his own sake, yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah, I just think it was odd. They talked about, hey, let's go look at the cell, and the keys are in the door. It was like, no one's done that yet?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I just couldn't believe they just...
No one had gone in there. Well, they were too busy, I guess, looking for, dealing with the drama, but...
Yeah.
But it was weird that, and they didn't look for any more evidence either.
No.
They just thought that, that's all we needed.
That's the only reason they went in there.
That's probably the only reason.
And so they find the one thing they're supposed to find, and that's it.
Here's a question. Why does the janitor have a key to the jail cell?
So he can clean it.
So he can clean it. Touche. Is that because... So, like, the janitor is part chicken, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
The janitor has something in common with the chicken I've heard a lot about. A lot about a chicken. Yeah, it just dawned on me that why would he have a key to the jail cell? That seems like a security problem to me.
Yeah, LaFleur should know better. He runs a tight ship, and I don't think he'd let keys to the jail cell just be kind of hanging out there with the janitors. Yeah,
that's a little weird. Because what I thought was going to happen was something like Ben, the keys to the jail cell were going to be somewhere where Phil was. And so when Phil was called away, the keys are sort of still there.
Yeah.
On a hook somewhere,
Yeah, they didn't really show how he got them, and I figured something like that had happened, because they did show Phil being called away, and it definitely seemed like, I have the impression that was how he got the keys.
Yeah. But I guess they wanted this thing tying it back to Roger.
Yeah, it becomes a thing.
What else is going on?
It's always a thing. What else is going on? What scene are we on?
The Kate-Roger scene.
Oh, Kate and Roger. Yeah. Yeah, they get a whole relationship going in this episode. It's kind of strange. It's kind of strange. I mean, this is like, just a minor sub thing of the bigger, crazier thing, which is just their relationship with Ben in general. But it's just kind of odd to have Kate have so much interaction with Roger.
Yeah,
and sort of that was always true.
If you would have told Kate when she was on the island before that she's going to go back to 1977 and have a relationship with Ben's dad, she would have thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
She would have thought
and
you
she
were
should have
crazy.
thought that. It would be perfectly reasonable to think that's crazy.
Yep.
Because it is crazy.
It is crazy.
And we're just week to week, it's getting deeper and deeper.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I wonder how far this is going to go.
I will say it now. I think the Losties helped build the statue.
Oh, God.
I'm going to say it. I'm going to say it right now. I think they helped build the Forte statue.
Oh, no. God. Forte statue.
And I think Kate is Jacob's mother. You heard me.
Oh, no.
You heard me.
Wow. Who's the daddy?
Oh, what a silly question. I won't even answer it.
Okay, good.
I think it's pretty obvious who Jacob's dad is.
All right. Well, I'll believe you then.
Good. Next scene?
Yeah.
Quickly?
The next scene. We go back to Hurley and Miles. They continue to talk about their situation. Miles tries to explain it to a confused Hurley. Their conversation already happened, but they haven't lived through it yet. Then Miles takes out a gun and hands it to Hurley, saying, "Shoot me." Hurley says, "I can't shoot you because it's a paradox." Miles says, "It's not. Any of them can die. This is their present, although it's Ben's past." Hurley asks why Ben didn't remember Saeed in the future. Miles says, "I hadn't thought of that," and is stumped.
Ugh. So, I wasn't surprised when we got the first scene like this, when they're trying to explain, it's called What Happened Happened. Of course, they're going to take some time to explain it.
Yeah.
I didn't mind that they sort of, dumbed it down and went step by step.
Yeah.
I just was pissed off that, that Hurley ended up confounding Miles, and they didn't sort of reach a conclusion. And it just sort of made the whole thing, they tried to explain this whole thing, step by step, and it was just like, oh, yeah, I didn't think of that, so negate everything we just said, because it might not be right. It was weird to do that, to have them go down that train of thought. And here's the other thing. Miles and Hurley, presumably, have a future, 20 years from now. Say, for instance, they do live 20 years from now, so he can't shoot him, really, or kill him. It is their present, but it's Ben's present, too. It's all their presents, really. It's only some people's past in the sense that they know those people's future, but it's still sort of their present. It's not like older Ben is in 1977 in his past. Younger Ben is living his present, too. So the logic isn't exactly the same. Because they all will have future, lives after this.
Well, they don't know that. That's the difference. They know that Ben has a life in the future, but they don't know that they.
Well, that's the thing. They don't know that, but knowing isn't what makes these things possible. Just because you don't, even if you don't, like if Horace doesn't know what Ben's going to do 30 years from now, but Horace can't kill Ben. You know what I mean? It's not the knowing that really does anything. It's
but what I'm
the
saying
sequence of events.
What I'm saying is we don't know that. We don't, they, in theory, they could die because we don't know for a fact that they don't die.
Yeah, true. But in theory, they couldn't die, too, because in theory, they do live after this, and they, you know what I mean?
Well, we
haven't experienced that.
Yeah, and that's not necessarily true.
True.
We might just, we don't know what happens. For all we know, they did die, and that's what always happened. They died in 1977 or something. It's possible.
Yeah, but here's my point. If we now flash to 30 years from now, and it's, after, Miles and all these guys have been on the island in 77 and they're all still alive, then we can say the same things we can say about Ben, right?
If they're in the future now?
Yeah.
They get out of 1977 and go back to that time period?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, then that means they made it out.
Yeah. So it's the same thing. It's just we don't specifically know what happened.
Yeah, we don't know if that's what occurred.
It doesn't mean it either way, though. So it's Miles proves his point. He can die.
Yeah, it's sort of. It's always like this. There's a fact. There's sort of this already established fact about when and where they die, and the difference is, they have more information about Ben than they do about themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know how far they make. They know for this Ben, they know he makes it pretty far in past this, but for themselves, they have no idea. How far they make it. So since they don't know that, it sort of effectively doesn't, come into play.
But all the stuff that they're going to do they've already done it. So
yeah.
they really can't change anything. So they really,
no, they can't.
That's the whole thing. Like,
but among the things they do could be they die.
Or it couldn't be, depending on whether or not they
yeah,
die.
I mean, there's some fact about what happens, but it's sort of, I mean, they could die in the sense that they could not know that they're going to die.
Mhm.
You know, or they don't die. I mean, one or the other happens, but they don't know that. It's sort of, I mean, because they lack that knowledge, they can't. There's no guarantees either way.
Yeah, there's no guarantees, but it doesn't really matter.
There's no guarantees for them. I mean, if you knew everything, you would know which one it is.
Yeah.
And we just know that for Ben, we know more.
But it still doesn't change anything.
It doesn't change anything.
It's just I mean, they know something, but
yeah, it's just about which facts we know,
Yeah.
We just don't know those.
I think they could have done a better job of explaining what's going on a little bit. There's a couple parts here I'm like,
yeah, it was kind of weird. It was kind of weird. I don't understand, why did Miles take out a gun and hand it to Hurley and say, shoot me?
Here's what I think he was, because it's weird to be like, we can't change anything. Here, shoot me. I'll prove it to you. But it's like, no, what I'm trying to prove at this point is that you can kill me.
Yeah.
I think what he was trying to say is, you're really annoying me. Just kill me now. Like, just put me out of my misery. You're annoying me because you're not getting this. It was just
Miles being kind of.
It was Miles being sarcastic. And then Hurley's like, oh, but I can. And Miles was like, but no, you can, which proves his, which makes him probably want to kill him more.
Right. Because they're still talking about it. They're still going around in circles about it. Yeah. Okay. Because that seemed really awkward to me. I didn't get that. I thought Miles was making a serious point. I didn't. And then the point went in the other direction, and it was like, no, you can shoot me. And I'm like, well, then why did you give him a gun and tell him to shoot you?
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. But that was the point. Okay, I get it now. Thank you.
I also just wish that Miles would, when Hurley's like, and I know why they did this, and I hate it, but when Hurley's like, yeah, but wouldn't Ben remember being shot by Saeed when he was a kid? The thing we've all said. And Miles was like, oh, I didn't think of that. I just wish he would have said, yeah, he should remember, and I can't explain if he does or not.
Yeah. Well,
that's the answer.
Here's the other part. Like, I want to say to Hurley, how do you know he didn't?
Yeah, that's what I want Miles to say is, yes, he should remember, and maybe he does remember, or maybe he doesn't. We don't really know. But yes, you're right, Hurley, he should remember.
Like, first of all, Hurley can't read Ben's mind. He doesn't know what he was thinking when he was in there. Second of all, even if, not even if he could, but he was unaware. He was not aware of most of what happened with Ben. He wasn't around for all those scenes where Ben was talking. For all he knows, Ben said something about it.
Yeah.
And so he's really not in a position to confidently say that Ben didn't remember that.
Yeah. He's definitely trying to speak for the show.
He's speaking for the show. Like, we're supposed to believe. Like, I guess they're trying. This is their way. This is the Damon and Carlton episode, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess they're trying to tell us that that he didn't remember, and
and they're going to show us why.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to show us why. And like, it didn't seem like he remembered. I mean, he always plays everything enigmatic, so I mean, I guess they could say that he remembered.
Yeah.
But they're just going to come down that he didn't remember and provide an explanation. And then we don't have to watch all those scenes thinking he remembers them all.
Which is good in a way,
Yeah.
But I'm curious, what is he going to forget? Like, how much of the recent past?
I know. It's ill-defined, and we'll have to talk about that later, because Richard says so little about it that I don't know what conclusions we could possibly draw.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's coming. Ugh.
But I think I think they wanted to let Hurley sort of get one up on Miles in this sort of logic thing they're doing here, and it's like, and Hurley crosses his arms like, ooh, I stumped you, and they like that.
Hurley won, Miles 0.
Yeah, right. They like that, but it's just Miles really should have just said, yeah, I didn't think of that, but he should remember. Like, that's the answer.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I mean, you can't have. Everything Miles has been explaining can't be false based on this one thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's.
I want to think he just didn't know how to explain that, and not that he sort of thinks the whole theory's crumbled because of it.
That's what it seems like they're trying to say.
I agree, but that's not what I want to believe.
Yeah.
I feel like he should be able to deal with that little roadblock without just abandoning the entire theory.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's other strange things that they could think of that it would be hard to explain, with all this. It should be complicated, because it is.
It is. I mean, yeah, they've made it complicated, so yeah. I mean, it's not going to be easy. But yeah.
So Hurley's the chef. He's not just working in the kitchen. He's like the chef or a chef. Interesting.
Oh, why do you say that?
His uniform says chef on it.
Oh.
I knew the logo had a chef hat, but it says Hurley chef.
Wow.
And Miles security.
Mhm.
So LaFleur is the only imposter apparently.
Miles is Miles. He's not Enos.
Yeah.
We've got that now.
Yeah.
Because
Enos was the reference to.
Yeah, the reference.
Yeah.
Yeah. For a second, I thought that was supposed to be his name, but yeah, no. And even LaFleur didn't go all the way because he's still James.
Yeah, he's still James.
Or Jim, whatever.
Yeah, don't call him Jim. Oh wait, or don't call him James.
Don't call him James. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
That was the lie part. But yeah, I don't know. It's pretty weird. It would be weird if they were all calling each other other names in public, and I think they just didn't even want to deal with that.
Yeah. I think it'd be a little bit better if they weren't born yet, but all of their younger counterparts are pretty young off island, so they shouldn't really have much of a public record. Yeah. Especially not in the 70s.
No.
Wasn't that before electricity?
Yeah, I think so. I think the electricity was the 80s.
I don't know how these lights are working.
Magic.
Magic.
Or aliens.
Magic aliens.
There you go. Why not? Okay, so next scene, Roger paces outside the infirmary. Kate sits nearby. Juliet comes out and asks Roger to get some supplies from the medical station. Roger thanks Juliet for what she's doing. Roger leaves. Juliet and Kate talk about Ben. Ben will die, even though he can't. Juliet has an idea. Maybe the others can do something. Uh-oh. Maybe I'll read the next part.
Cool.
Juliet and Kate put Ben in a van. Here they go. Just toss him around. Kate doesn't want Juliet to come with her because Juliet has a life there and because of Sawyer. Kate's going to go by herself. Juliet says she'll tell Sawyer what happened, but give Kate as much of a head start as she can.
All right.
So, yeah, there we go.
How are we going to manage? I'll manage. What?
Was that a line?
Yeah. Why did you just repeat what I said?
Nice.
You know, usually it's like, you know, how are you going to get them to whatever, or how are you going to blah, blah, blah. I'll manage, but I think she says, like, how are you going to manage?
How you going to manage? I'll manage. That's great.
I'll manage by managing.
That's, yeah, it's harder to search for that, but they've done that a few other times. Like, when Juliet was asked about Albert, and they said, you know, she said he was old, and they go, how old? She says, old.
Yeah.
And then there was that scene way back in season 3 when Juliet pulls out the file on Jack, and he says, how did you get it? And she says, we got it.
Yeah, how did you get it? We got it. Good.
It's just, you just sort of answer the question by restating what they asked.
Mhm.
You know, I don't know how to. There's no good way to search for that, but they like that little thing. I didn't even notice that they used it. Like,
yeah, it's a weird one. It's
how are you gonna manage it? I'll manage it.
I'll manage. Yeah. Yeah, they just threw Ben around, man. Like even on the gurney, like he was just flopping around.
Oh yeah.
I thought when they came out with that, I'm like, oh cool. You know, they have this Dharma van, which is like perfectly big enough to like, you know, have the gurney in the back, right? No. No, they're just gonna throw him in the floor of the van and
no gurney for Ben.
He's hurting. That kid's hurting.
Oh yeah.
That bullet's just flopping around in there.
Mhm.
Or did they get the bullet out and he's just bleeding?
I forgot. Juliet said something at the beginning about what the problem was. I think they got the bullet, but there's still some kind of internal trauma.
Yeah, there's still the internal trauma.
I think that was and she couldn't fix it.
I think this is really dangerous. It obviously works out, but Kate going to take Ben to see the others in 1977, I just don't know that she's really equipped. Like, and Juliet didn't give her any specific instructions, didn't tell her where to go, didn't say, you know, find Albert, you know, find Richard, he'll, you know, whatever, or, you know, whatever you do, don't do this, or don't say this, or don't, you know, like there was just like nothing. And obviously she manages.
Yeah.
But, well, with Sawyer's help, but
Sawyer's there.
It just seemed like a bad plan. It just seemed like, okay, we're gonna race. You know, hey, how about we go back to Jack and see if he'll change his mind now? How about we, you know, do some other things and not just like we're gonna take him to the others now and not tell anybody, not tell his, you know, Roger that we're gonna steal your kid and like take him somewhere. Like that's bad. Like I know they're doing it for the right reasons, but that's still bad. Because considering how Roger feels about the others, you know, he calls them animals.
Right.
So yeah, I didn't sort of like this plot line in those respects. But you know, I'm picky, so.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's cool, but it just seemed like this just they're reacting, they're not thinking, you know. And we all know what Sawyer would say about that.
I just liked that the others got involved and that there's this whole thing that goes with that about, you know, whatever they're gonna do and all that stuff. Like I just like that. I didn't really, obviously, like I said, my brain was off. I didn't really think about the logic of it. And yeah, it's definitely a drastic and foolhardy step to take. I agree, but I still liked it. I guess because, you know, I wasn't really thinking about that at the time.
Yeah.
You know,
no, plot wise, you know, it's good to watch. It's you know, it's definitely good. Just when, like you say, when you think about what they're doing, it's just like, really, guys, you're gonna do that, and you know, I don't know. it works out. So that's all that matters.
That's the problem. I mean, they know it's going to work out, so they can have them do these ridiculous things.
Mhm.
Yeah,
and Juliet didn't even give Kate the code to turn off the thing. Like I'm thinking, at least give her that much.
It was pretty bad. She should have said a lot more.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. I was like, oh well, Kate's off. I'm sure she'll know what to do somehow.
Maybe she just drives fast enough through the fence, it won't affect her too much, and I don't know.
There you go.
But then it might hurt Ben.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah,
she could just ram one of the pylons, maybe. I don't know.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't know how sturdy those things are.
She ends up just driving out there and stopping.
Yeah, because she had an obstacle she couldn't pass.
Yeah, there was
Oops. Think of this one.
I don't think it had been previously established, but if it had, oh well. But now it's clear that the medical station exists since Juliet refers to it.
Oh yeah.
So just in terms of what stations are around.
Did she say staff?
Well, she said the medical station.
Oh, she said medical. You know what? When she told him to do that, I got this. I guess I pictured in my mind. Remember that time when she came? I guess when she was undercover, when she came to the Losties and somebody was hurt, and she told somebody, she's got a stash of supplies somewhere. That's what for some reason I was thinking of that, and I was like, oh, he's gonna go there. But yeah, staff, medical station. Yeah, that's a lot better.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
I think that's what she means.
Yeah.
By medical station. Although I like the idea of her calling that little case hidden under the tree a medical station.
I didn't maybe I didn't catch the station part. I just knew that she was talking about supplies or something, and I'm like,
okay.
He's gonna go to some little thing somewhere, but
Yeah, that would be weird. So as far as I know, everything exists except the Swan and possibly the Pearl.
Mhm.
I don't even know about the Tempest. I don't even want to talk about the Tempest, but
that doesn't even matter anymore.
Let's just take that out. But as far as I know, all the other stations are there. So I think that's kind of odd. Like they just and the Orchid. I guess that might not be there.
Yeah.
Forget about that. God, there's so many now. I can't even remember them all.
There's a ton.
It's just Like I wonder why they built the medical station. Why is it there? What are they doing there?
Well, aren't they doing the fertility thing? Is that not yet?
That was the others. Like Dharma doesn't seem to have a problem with fertility. They're having babies. They're
having babies. You think Ethan counts as a baby? When they gave birth to him as a baby? Okay, if you say so.
I'm gonna count him as a baby.
In the connotative sense, right?
I may live to regret it. Yes, in a connotative sense. I don't know what that means, but yes. It can everything a baby connotates.
That's baby Ethan for you.
Whatever beyond just the definition of baby means.
Mhm.
I guess there's stuff there. I don't even want to think about that.
Yeah, you're right. They don't. Why do they have a medical station? Presumably for medical reasons.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that would be the place to kind of take, like I feel like the doctor should be there, and that would be the place you'd go if you had medical problems, and they haven't used it when they've had medical problems. So it just kind of, and the fact that they mentioned that they have it just, I don't know.
It seems far. It seems like it's far.
Yeah, it does seem like it's far. But why did they build it so far?
Why did they build it so far away? So it could be closer to others? So they could take it over later and use it to abduct Claire?
All right. Well, good point.
Why is the doctor at the Looking Glass?
Oh, God.
Wasn't that a weird revelation?
There's nothing. It was weird. I mean, obviously, it's just to explain why Juliet's doing it.
Yeah.
But it is weird because there's nothing there. Like, there's that one room, but there, as far as I could tell, there's like no really place to be there. It's really just like this big pool, and that's it.
Well, they have to have some sort of quarters for the crew.
Oh.
Because
I guess they were living down there, huh? We didn't see it, though. It really seemed like that's all there was.
Yeah,
but yeah, you're probably right. I guess I just imagine they slept on the floor or something with sleeping bags.
Yeah, the Looking Glass is the worst assignment to get because you got to sleep on the floor, sleeping bags, next to the pool of water.
Yeah, like I can't imagine what he would be doing down there. I guess you're right though. There's probably some bunks at least, but like what? Why? Get him out of there.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It is like, okay, he's over there now. Great. Tell him we need him, and he should be on his way to come over.
I mean, I guess the idea is they can't get him out because the sub's gone.
Oh, and he has to stay. So he's there for a couple months? Are you kidding
Apparently,
me? No
yeah.
way.
Like, what the fuck?
No way.
I think we're supposed to believe that because I don't think there's any other like normal
Can't
way.
you just put on scuba gear and jump
Yeah,
in the...
well, so that would be the emergency route, and he could do that. Yeah. Yeah. But they're not going to do that.
No, they're not going to do that. I don't want to believe that the doctor is at the Looking Glass for the next couple months. That's that just seems weird. That seems bad.
I don't know why he's there at all. Like, are we supposed to believe he
Yeah.
just went to look at someone who's there? He's just...
Yeah, I don't know.
I just, it doesn't seem like he should be required there in general unless there's some specific thing there that he has to
I wonder if that's
deal with.
some sort of plot they're going to bring up, like something happened over there or something.
Yeah. And how did he get there in the first place? Like, did the sub drop him off there, or did he scuba down there? Like, how did that happen? And then the sub just leaves, and he's like, okay, well, I'll just scuba out when I'm,
I'll scuba myself out, thank you.
That's a good phrase that you just don't hear often enough.
Yeah.
I'll
just gonna scuba on out of here. Yeah, scuba on back home. Yeah, it's I don't know where the dock is.
Yeah, I don't know why. That didn't, again, brain off. It didn't bother me at all, but now it just seems utterly ridiculous. Yeah, I wonder, it would be cool if they actually went back to that. I'm going to go ahead and predict that they don't, but I'll be happy if they do.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so are we ready for the next scene?
Yeah, we're ready.
Did we even... Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's what happened there. KKK. Okay, flashback.
Oh, one thing I want to say is, again, Juliet calls them the others. Yes. And like I said before, they should have a name, like a real name.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if we knew maybe what they call themselves, if maybe that's tied into something that they don't want to reveal yet.
Oh, it would give something away?
Yeah, like, we're the protectors of Jacob, or I don't know, Jacob's descendants, or, something that just ties into something. I don't know. As you can see, I thought a lot about this.
Yeah, that is clear.
Spent all night on those names. The only two I came up with.
Richard's Kids.
Richard's Kids.
With a Z.
With a Z, of course.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. I kind of feel like they don't have a name, and they're just not going to get one. It kind of reminds me of. Ooh, can I say this? Let me think. Hold on, before I lose it. Yeah, that's a spoiler. Maybe I won't say that.
Is it about Lost or something else?
It's about Battlestar Galactica.
Yeah, let's not mention that.
Okay. I mean, it's not a spoiler for you. It would be a spoiler for someone who hasn't seen the show.
Yeah, I haven't seen the show.
Okay. Yeah. I was just gonna say there's something in that show that it would make sense. Okay, this example is too general to really help now. I'm just gonna say, I'm just gonna repeat what you were saying. I mean, I'll just say it about the others. Like, I feel like they don't have I think it's possible they don't have a name for the others, even though it makes sense for them to have one. Like, we sort of know them as that, and that's just what they're gonna be from now on.
Yeah.
You know. It would be nice. I mean, I do like that, we have the Hostiles as a competing name. I like that they did that. They didn't just have Dharma call them the others as well.
The others, too.
Right.
Which others? Those others. No, the other others. No, the other others. The others? No, the others. See, that's how that scene would go.
Wow.
Let's call the whole thing off.
Yeah, it's a classic routine from the 40s. Who's others? You mean the others? No, the others. Anyway.
There you
go. So you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
The next scene is a flashback. We go back to the marina once again. Well, they just replay the marina. As far as I can tell, they didn't change it this time.
They didn't add characters. Did Charlie show up? Or,
no.
No, Aaron is Walt now. Like nothing changed.
No. As far as I remember, I didn't go through the details, but nothing stood out. It seemed like more or less the same stuff, but focused on Kate this time. That was a big moment. They really go back to that a lot. Kate leaves, and then so we go with her now. They're in the car driving, and Aaron wants some milk. So they go to a store where Aaron decides juice box. Kate's phone rings. It's Jack. She doesn't answer, and when she looks down, Aaron is gone. Kate looks around, getting progressively more worried. She runs to the front of the store, and an employee says he'll make an announcement, but Kate wants him to seal the doors. Then Kate sees Aaron walking with a blonde lady, holding hands. She goes up to her, and the lady says she was going to make an announcement. So Kate takes Aaron and holds him and sort of recovers from the scare.
And then she wakes up and it was all a dream.
Oh.
No,
sorry. Didn't happen.
Yeah, it's weird that, they didn't have any juice or milk back at their house, which is where I thought they were going. But I'm pretty sure she ends up at Cassidy's after this, which is strange.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, no, they don't go home.
Yeah, it seems like they're headed home, though, you would assume, but good name to go to Cassidy's. Yeah, this little scene was classic, where's my kid or whatever in the grocery store. As soon as her phone rang, I'm like, you're going to let go of his hand, he's going to disappear, and we're going to have this thing. Lame. And I love the guy who told him where the juice box was or whatever, and she comes back and says, have you seen my little boy? And he looks at like, what? Like, I didn't just see you with a kid 5 seconds ago. You're crazy, lady. And then, of course, we get the lady who finds Aaron, who looks a lot like a Littleton. I think she's a long-lost Littleton with all that blonde hair.
More from behind.
Yeah, totally.
They definitely did that purposely, I think.
Totally. I want to know where Aaron ran off to.
So do I.
Why the hell did he just run off like that?
I don't know.
That's the mystery.
Yeah, I thought they were going to do more with that. It actually surprised me. I don't know. I have seen versions of this scene many times, but I was actually surprised. And for a second, I thought, is this actually the explanation? Like, did she just lose him in the supermarket?
Oh, man. Don't ask me what happened to him, because I lost him.
Yeah, like, I could see her being upset and embarrassed about that. So I thought, okay, maybe that's it. She just lost him, and that's it. That's all there is to it.
Mm-hmm.
But no. This seems really just a vehicle for Kate to come to terms with why she took Aaron and what she needs to do now.
Yeah, totally. Aaron could give a shit.
Yeah, but why did Aaron? Why did Aaron run off? I don't know. He's a flighty kid.
Yeah.
Apparently.
I guess he's like, I'm gonna get my own damn juice box.
Mm-hmm.
You get the you deal with the phone call, Mom. I'm thirsty. I'm a baby.
Aaron wants a juice box. Aaron's gonna get a goddamn juice box.
Yeah.
Juice box. All right. Don't call out for juice box.
Mhm.
There's something gross about wanting a juice box.
Wanting a juice box?
I just don't like those words together. Just sounds
juice
bad.
Box?
Juice box. Yeah, I don't like that. I just like, if you want juice, say juice. Why does it have to be in a box?
Oh, because it's more fun that way.
Is it?
Yeah.
What's fun about it?
Who wants a big jug? Okay, I don't like food-based surprises. Okay.
We all learned that last time on the LLC.
If you said, hey, if I asked you to give me some juice, and I mean juice box,
yeah,
but I just say juice, and you bring me back like a jug of juice, no.
But do you actually want a juice box? Is there a time where you're just like, I want juice, and I don't just want juice, I want juice in a box?
I am a grown man, so no.
Okay.
My cravings for juice boxes have subsided over the last 20 years. But,
so as a kid, it's good, you're saying?
Yeah. I mean, as a kid, I think kids like those Hi-C juice boxes and all that. I mean, juice boxes it's a kid thing. You get them at school. They get, that's how kids usually get. They make them for kids. So it wasn't weird to me that he asked for that. But wasn't it like? Oh, he said he wanted milk at first.
Yeah.
And he's like, now I want juice. It's like, how about you get some dinner first? It's nighttime. I don't think you've eaten. I know Son didn't feed you.
Oh.
Unless it was some of those chocolates.
Hey, she gave him candy and TV. What do you want from her?
Yeah, right, exactly. Candy, TV, and weapons. What else do you want from Son?
Yeah,
she brought Aaron to a potential murder scene.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. Thank you, Son.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Babysitter of the year.
Like Aaron could have been like looking out of the car window as she shot Ben or something. That wouldn't have been traumatic.
Oh yeah, no. It'll be fine. Just give him some more candy.
Give him candy. Hi, G-U-1. I met a friend for you. He's going to watch me kill this man.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad.
It is really bad.
But yeah, so Kate losing Aaron in the store, that's, it's weird to me because I don't, why did he run away or what happened or, how did she really lose him? That's weird to me.
It is weird. I mean, they played it, the way they played it, it really seemed like he just vanished.
Yeah.
Like, how could he have gone that far so quickly?
Totally. Like, she should have saw him leaving her peripheral vision.
Yeah.
You know, and then looked up, or at least had a sense of which direction he went.
Yeah.
And but he was just sort of like gone.
Yeah.
And obviously it's about her, you know, like you said, her realizing what she has to do now and why she took him. But are we supposed to intuit that, like, she made a mistake at this point? Like, that it's her fault or something? Like, she really wasn't paying attention like she should have? Or was it like, this could have happened to anyone sort of a thing?
Yeah, I kind of think it's just supposed to be, this could happen to anyone, but it makes her realize things.
Mhm.
Like that she's not really. We're not supposed to sort of think she's bad for having let this happen. I did think that the woman that Aaron's with was like a little bit suspicious. Like she came off to me like a little bit. I don't know. I didn't quite trust her.
Really?
Yeah.
I really like the fact that they had her when Kate was running up. Instead of the woman asking Kate, "Is this your son?" the woman asked Aaron, "Is this your mother?"
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was a nice detail. You know, because Kate could lie,
right?
But it's more important that Aaron verifies it. Not that he really did, because
no.
But I did like that. She comes off as sinister about how they portray her, but I don't think she was really sinister.
No,
you know.
I don't either. But it's just
they want you to think she is, and they can't. You know, they keep showing her, and she's got the wig on, which makes her look weird anyway. Mm-hmm. You know, you can't trust the person in a wig. So I learned that from talking to Benjamin Franklin.
Ouch.
Yeah. He cheats at cards, okay? It's like, hey, look over there. There's a key on a kite string. You get me with that once, Benjamin Franklin. You won't get me with that twice.
And your shit flag will never work. Mr. Show.
Mr. Show. Oh, yes. Okay. So what else is going on? So that's that scene.
Yeah, that's that scene. This actually works for me. I don't know. It's a very cliche scene, but for some reason I was pulled into it. I don't know.
You know, I think if like, I don't know, if they had just cut to them being at the grocery store and it happened, maybe I wouldn't have saw it coming as easily. But when he's like, "I want some milk," and she's like, "Okay, we'll go get you some milk." It's like, all right. Mm-hmm. Now we're going to the grocery store, really? What plot are we going to see here?
God damn you and your brain being on all the time.
I can't help it. And then as soon as like she gets the phone call, they pan up. They don't show Aaron in the frame anymore, and they cut to. And I was like, okay, now he's missing, and then he's missing, and I'm like, okay.
See, I'm not thinking there's any plot. I'm just like, they got to go to the store and get some milk. So what? They're in, they're out, no problem.
In and out, get some milk. Maybe they'll do the self checkout. You know, maybe save some time.
Oh yeah. If not, you know, they can tell someone to keep the change. Get out of there. That's it.
Someone can say, "Hey, you have a beautiful son," and Kate can look at him longingly and say, "Yes, thank you."
Yeah, something like that. That's what I was hoping for.
And they get back in the car, and then that's it. There's your scene.
In the scene. Wow, that was nice.
What do you want from us?
That was, yeah. Just a good, satisfying, standard trip to the store.
No drama, no conflict. Just going to the store, get some milk.
That's it. What
are you guys looking at?
Why do you need more than that?
I guess you don't.
Yeah, I really, if I were thinking, I would definitely see a lot more of these things coming. Maybe I'll start thinking.
Well,
I don't know. We'll see.
You should try it and see what happens.
Yeah. I've done it a couple times. I don't like it a lot of times, but you know, it has
Thinking's hard.
Yeah. Okay, so are you ready for the next scene?
Yeah.
All right. Kate, okay, yeah, back with Kate in the van. Kate arrives at the Sonic fence. Ben in the back says, "Tell my dad I'm sorry I stole his keys." Yeah, see, here's more about the keys. I don't know.
Yeah.
Another van arrives. It's Sawyer. Sawyer says he's there to help. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
There's more later, but that's it.
I think we got that Ben stole the keys. I don't know why he said it again here. You know.
Yeah, and they keep having Kate hear about it. Like that was the thread I noticed. Like Kate keeps hearing that he took the keys, and I don't quite get why they're doing that with Kate. Like, what is she supposed to get?
I don't think
this?
it's her in particular. I mean, I think she's just at the right place at the right time in terms of hearing about the keys.
Okay.
You know what I
right.
mean? I think if Kate wasn't giving blood at the time, Roger could have been lamenting to Juliet about the keys.
Yeah.
And obviously, I wouldn't be surprised if Ben said, "Tell my dad I'm sorry about the keys" before this to Juliet or something or whatever.
Okay.
But,
you don't think it's something specific with Kate?
I don't know what they could be doing with Kate and the keys. I don't see any point to that.
Yeah, I don't either.
Yeah.
That's why I was confused.
I mean, it's just those two incidences, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
One time is something, two times is coincidence, three times is something.
Right.
Isn't that how it goes?
Yeah, I think that's what they say.
I think that's a verbatim quote.
Yeah. I think it was Socrates who said
Socrates?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we'll just if they do it a third time, then it'll definitely be something.
Mhm. Yeah.
As the quote goes.
Right. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, Sawyer's there to help. More on that later. Next scene?
Next scene.
Okay. Next scene is Kate and Aaron. Now they're at Cassidy's house. At the door. Ring, ring, ring. Clementine answers the door. Kate tells Cassidy about the plan to go back to the island. Cassidy offers to let Kate stay there for a while. Kate tells Cassidy about losing Aaron in the store. She says that she wasn't surprised and thought it's about time. Kate says, why would I expect him to be taken? Cassidy says, because you took him. Kate says Claire was gone. Aaron needed her. Cassidy says, you needed Aaron. Sawyer broke your heart. How else are you supposed to fix it? End of scene.
Wow. A bunch of men writing about how women need men to fix things. Something weird about that. I really don't like how she summed that up. Like, you took him, Aaron needed me. No, you needed him. How else were you supposed to get over Sawyer? Like, really? I don't want to buy that. I mean, I will buy that Kate saw an opportunity subconsciously to take care of Aaron for some sort of need, but I do think Aaron needed her. He needed somebody. He needed someone to sort of do it. I don't know who else could have done what she's done over the 3 years. Jack certainly wasn't fit or able. So I
neither was Hurley, neither was Saeed.
Yeah, none of those people were capable. I definitely think Aaron needed her. So that was a weird thing.
Yeah, they're giving more weight to her and Sawyer than I thought it had.
Mhm.
They're making that like the fundamental event that she's reacting to. And,
which is weird.
Like I believe that that's in there. It's in the mix, but like
totally.
It doesn't. It's hard for me to hang everything on that.
Especially considering that Kate had already taken Aaron before Sawyer jumped off the plane. The helicopter. Right? I mean, she was already watching him. I mean, I don't know. Is she trying to say that, like?
I think. No, Aaron was with Sun at that point. Aaron wasn't on the helicopter.
Aaron was with Sun. Where was Sun?
Sun was on the boat. Kate leaves Aaron with Sun, and then Sun goes on the
gets on the helicopter
to the boat. She goes on the Zodiac raft to the boat.
Oh.
And then they pick Sun up on the freighter and Aaron.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, Aaron wasn't in the helicopter crash.
So she wasn't taking care of Aaron at that point on the helicopter. It was later.
Didn't she have him at some point though? Oh, she gave him to Sun.
She gave him to Sun. Like Sawyer came with Aaron after Claire disappeared. Sawyer hands him off to Kate, who hands him off to Sun.
Okay, yeah.
But she didn't have him very long. I mean, it was pretty quick.
So they're trying to tell us that Kate kept Aaron to mend her heart because of Sawyer?
That's what Cassidy's saying. I don't want to believe that that's true. I definitely think that Kate. Kate's had various issues come up, and I do think Aaron has been a thing she can, cling to or use for emotional stability, like in general.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that she has a kid gives her a purpose in life, and whatever else goes wrong, she sort of has that, and I buy that. It's a little too much for me to buy. It's just filling the hole that Sawyer left.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like there was a big attachment with Kate and Sawyer at that point in the story. I mean, there was so much else going on before they left.
They already had. They
already had their thing, and then it wasn't like when he jumped off like, I'll always love you, Freckles, and then like that killed her or something. I don't know. I guess it's weird because she didn't seem to be upset about Sawyer this whole time.
No.
That's what's weird.
No.
And
somewhat, but not where it's the reason she does this big thing,
Yeah. I mean, she agrees to she agrees to go to court and get tried and stay in California.
Yeah.
Based on the fact she's got the kid.
Right.
I mean, I think there's something to be said for Cassidy being screwed over by Sawyer and having bad feelings about him.
I agree. I mean, she always sort of puts Sawyer in negative light. Whatever. And it makes sense. I mean, she's understandably a bit bitter about Sawyer.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I kind of don't want to buy it. And I'm hoping we're not really supposed to buy that.
Yeah, I don't know. It's really weird. How else are you supposed to get what?
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of other losses there besides just Sawyer. I mean.
Yeah.
There's a lot of other stuff that was going on. And Cassidy, I mean, maybe she knows. I mean, Kate supposedly explained something, but we don't really know what she knows exactly. But yeah, that whole thing was weird.
Yeah, it was really weird. It was really. I mean, all kinds of stuff happened. And her and Sawyer. I mean, they basically left off. Kate goes over there on the mission to get Charlotte, and she stays behind. She sort of hangs out there for a little bit until her and Sawyer get in a fight, and then she leaves. And her and Sawyer don't really interact hardly at all for the rest of the season until Sawyer comes back with the baby and it's time for the finale.
Yeah.
I mean, that was their relationship in season 4. And if we're supposed to believe that was the central event to her, they didn't make that clear at all.
Yeah, and, it's been 3 years, at this point.
Yeah.
Like, is she still really?
She got engaged in the interim.
Yeah, like, I don't know. Cassidy was weird in this episode. What they used her for was pretty weird.
Yeah.
We've seen it up. I mean, I definitely liked the fact that, Kate has a friend, someone who knows what she's going through, all that stuff. But it's weird that it's like, you just need to get over Sawyer, so that's why you took Aaron. It's like, well, he sort of also had no one else to take care of him.
Yeah.
We could have given him up to the state or something, and he could go in foster care. Great. I'm sure Claire would love that. I think there's something nice about what Kate did. Selfless in a way, and it's cool that they want to put that she was being selfish in a certain way, to a certain extent, too.
But the thing is, I don't think that negates the selflessness. Cause
I don't think it does either.
Even if she's doing it partially for her own reasons, I mean, she's still doing it,
Yeah.
It still counts for something.
Yeah.
If you run into the burning building and save someone for your own personal reasons,
because you want to be on the news for saving people.
Yeah, there you go. It's sort of, you still get points for doing it because you did it. You actually saved someone, and so whatever you lose for that is sort of.
That goes back to, do you judge people on their intentions or their actions?
Yeah, right.
And then the real answer is you judge people on how much money they give you.
Ouch.
Yeah. That's how I judge my friends. You hear that, friends of mine? Send in your checks.
I mean, to me, it's a combination, but I think the action counts for something, and from what I can tell, she's done a good job.
Yeah, he's still alive.
He's still alive.
That's the first measure by which you can judge, judge parenting is if he's still alive and you're doing okay so far.
Yeah. I wouldn't really think of that as the baseline, but you're right. That would be it.
It's the most important one.
You can build from there. Yeah. Once you get them alive, then you can try to.
Certainly, if you fail on that point, the rest are moot, right?
I would say so, yeah.
Like, I read to him every night, but I wasn't able to keep him alive. Like, sorry, it doesn't,
Right.
Good
point.
This idea also, Kate's coming back for Claire, presumably so she can find Claire and then bring her back to Aaron is pretty awesome, I think, in terms of, what we might see happen. And I'm interested to see. I mean, to me that means,
are you going to go there?
Claire's getting off the island, or some of them are getting back off the island at some point. Where am I going to go?
Oh, you're not going to go there. I was wondering if you're going to go there. I was going to bring it up later, but since you brought it up now.
Did I bring it up? I don't know.
You didn't.
Okay.
You didn't bring up what I thought you would, which was the idea that maybe we will still see Claire get on that helicopter.
Oh.
That Desmond predicted so many seasons ago.
If Desmond turns out to be right about that, that's so weird though that he saw like, well, assuming that the Losties in 77 get back to the present.
Yeah.
He still saw a very far time in the future.
Yeah.
But which was an anomaly considering all the other stuff he saw was pretty near future.
Mhm. Yeah, you're right.
But they still could do that. They could still have Claire get on a helicopter and Hopefully Desmond's there and he's like, I was right. Or you can have Ghost Charlie there saying, oh, look at mate, he was right.
Worst Charlie ever, but good point.
Yeah, that's my best Charlie. That's all I got.
Charlie's kind of foppish.
Mhm.
I like that. The Charlie we never knew. Don't make him take off that top hat.
He will sweep your chimney.
So yeah, I want to say more about Claire later, but yeah, I just thought I'd bring that up because that was the thing that they never paid off, and it would be pretty crazy if they actually came back to that at some point.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, so you ready for the next scene?
Mhm.
Where am I here? Oh, right. Back to Kate and Sawyer at the fence. Kate asks Sawyer why he's helping him. Sawyer says that Juliet wouldn't let a kid die. Sawyer's doing it for Juliet. Sawyer picks Ben up and walks through the fence.
Because it was already off?
Apparently. Oh, did they turn it off?
I don't think they turned it off, but...
Yeah, when I was writing those notes, I thought,
sorry.
I missed the part where they turned it off.
Yeah, no, I see it now. I'm looking at it here.
Okay,
at the very beginning of the scene, Sawyer's turning it off.
Yeah, okay. That's the part I missed. I think I was messing with something in the previous scene, and I was just like, well, I guess they already turned it off, but I never actually saw it.
Mhm.
So, yeah. It didn't go off.
Definitely not.
So they were fine. So in this scene, we find out that Sawyer's helping Kate because of Juliet. So we have, I mean, there seems to be a running thing in this episode. Like Jack did the surgery for Kate, and Kate asked Jack to do surgery for Sawyer, and Sawyer helps Kate because of Juliet. It's just, I don't know. It's all over the place with people doing things for other people. And, you know, what that means for them, you know. It's a whole thing.
Yeah. It's
I sort of like that, though. I kind of like that Sawyer just forthrightly said that's why he was doing it.
Yeah.
You know, he was willing to kind of come out with that and not try to hide it or be embarrassed about it or anything like that.
A couple days ago, he couldn't remember what Kate looked like. So
Good point.
I guess, you know, he's not really feeling too tied in, too connected or something.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah, it was interesting that he did it for Juliet, or that he's doing it for Juliet.
And this is also one of those where he just says, a kid.
Yeah.
This is just
a
kid. It's sort of abstract.
Yeah, no, I mean, the concept
doesn't matter
of
who it is. It's
the
just
concept
a kid.
of a kid dying is bad, you know.
Yeah.
But then, you know, it's Minority Report. Do you blame this guy before he does the stuff he's gonna do later? You know.
Well, you know, in a universe where he's already made those choices for real, like in Minority Report, things could change. You know, like he influenced the outcomes by knowing the future. And so in a universe like that, it's dicey, I think. But with whatever happened, it seems fair game.
Yeah.
You know? Because he's going to do it. There's no changing that.
He's going to do it, but then you can't arrest him because if you do, he won't do it. So, like, I mean, right?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. Whatever happened. You really can't punish people.
No, you can't.
In the past, before they do these things. Because if you did, then you always did. So.
Right.
That's the problem, of course.
Yeah.
I wish we would have seen the Juliet and Sawyer scene where she convinces Sawyer to do this whole thing. But because it's a pretty big deal, I think, to trot off into the jungle with this kid, and hope that the hostiles who you're at war with will, just not shoot you on the spot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. The risk.
Taking the risk, checking it twice.
Mhm. Next scene.
Yeah.
Juliet walks into the house.
She's pissed.
What?
I said, she's pissed.
Oh yeah, she's pissed. She doesn't open that door nicely.
Mm-mm.
It's the house that Hurley, Miles, and Jack are in. She asks Hurley and Miles for privacy, and they leave. She catches Jack coming out of the shower and admonishes him for failing to help Ben. Juliet tells Jack that she sent Sawyer to help Kate help Ben. Ugh, what a sentence. Too many things. Too many people. 6 people in that
Juliet
sentence.
tells Jack that
Juliet tells Jack that she sent Sawyer to help Kate help Ben.
By taking him to the others.
Yeah.
By taking him to Richard, yeah. That's where you could put a lot of stuff in there.
Just got out of hand. And that they actually care. Jack says he came back because he cares and to save them. Juliet says, we didn't need saving. You came back here for you. Then she asks Jack, why did you come back? Jack says, I came back because I was supposed to. Juliet says, supposed to what? Jack says, I don't know yet. Juliet says, well, you better figure it out.
It's so much more sassy when you say it. Well, you better figure it out, Jacko.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm reading between the lines. I feel like that's what she means.
Yeah.
Even if she's crying, I think she's being sassy.
Those are sassy tears.
Yeah. Exactly.
Those are tears coming from her eyes. That's sass coming from her eyes. Yeah, I thought you'd like that one. It's weird to me, this whole thing about I came back to save you guys. We didn't need saving. Oops, we didn't know that. We were told that that we had to come back to save. So again, I ask, as if I don't know, what happened there? It was Locke turned the wheel, that fixed the problem, right?
Yeah.
So they didn't have to come back, right?
No.
Not in the sense of to stop the time flashes.
Yeah.
So that's weird to me. That it was all predicated on that.
I know. Yeah, I'm guessing what's going on here is, first of all, I think maybe they're going to need to have gone back, to do all this stuff they're doing now. And also, they have to get these people back to the present.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that. And then I think even beyond that, I think they're going to have to be on the island because something's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as, the problems they were having initially that it seemed like they were going to have to save them from, that wasn't it.
Yeah. That's weird.
It is weird. It is weird. All that stuff, when I go back and watch all those scenes where they're talking about how they have to go save them, and it's just it just plays weird when it's just not, that's not really it.
Here's the thing. Ben was saying that they had to go back to save them, but did Ben really know what was happening?
No, Locke said it too, though.
But Locke knew what was happening.
Locke knew what was happening.
But Locke didn't tell Ben what was happening. He just said, I'm supposed to bring them back to save them, right?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Locke did not explain in detail what had happened on the island.
So it's kind of just like bad misinformation, bad chain information, because Ben just relayed what Locke was saying, but see, that's the thing. Locke didn't.
Of course, Locke didn't know that he fixed things.
Yeah, that's the thing. He did fix it. He didn't know that. But that's what's weird is all of that stuff, starting with Ben saying, you guys got to go back to save them, it was sort of based on nothing.
Yeah.
Because no one knew why or how. It was just about getting back there.
Yeah.
So that's kind of bad.
Yeah.
I did like this scene, though. I love Juliet storming in.
We have Widmore's reason. At least Widmore's reason why Locke had to go back.
Oh, because of the war coming?
Yeah, the war's starting.
Yeah.
And the wrong side's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
So there's that.
What's weird about that to me is if Locke never got off the island, he wouldn't have gotten prepared for the war by Widmore telling him that. Like, maybe the war would have caught him off guard, and he wouldn't have been able to stop it or know what to do.
If Locke hadn't left the island to get the people who weren't supposed to leave, then he wouldn't have found out that he was supposed to go back and be there for the war.
Which might help them prepare for the war, because now that they know it's coming, yeah.
Oops. Yeah, that's, ouch.
Maybe we were supposed to leave.
Yeah.
I wish someone would say that.
Oh, God. It's probably coming.
I mean, just because, not leaving is different than you're supposed to leave and come back,
Yeah.
That's a different thing.
Yeah. Yeah, how can they do what they're not supposed to do? I mean, it all goes back to that. It just shouldn't be possible.
It's not. What else in this scene? I definitely liked it. I love that Juliet stormed in and she's like, "What are you doing?" Taking a shower. There's a kid dying.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack really doesn't care. Oh, here, this was weird too when he says, she's like, "Why did you come back?" And he goes, "Because I was supposed to," which is a big thing for Jack just to say that blanket statement.
That is new Jack.
That's
right
new
there.
Jack. Yeah, that's classic new Jack.
Yeah. It's an instant classic.
Instant classic. You got it exactly. Yeah, this epitomizes the new Jack by him saying, "I was supposed to," which is what Locke kept saying.
Yeah, new Jack is kind of like Locke in that way.
Yeah. Now, here's where I think it's a little weird to me, is that he says, and she says, "Supposed to what?" And he goes, "I don't know yet." And I thought, if you're really on the Locke page, there is no supposed to what. There's just supposed to.
Yeah.
Like, I was supposed to come back. That's it.
Yeah.
I did that. So she
it was
took
my
him down
destiny.
she took him down the train of thought of actual, practicality.
Yeah.
Okay, now what are you supposed to do?
Specifically, what is it that you're supposed to do when you get here?
Yeah, which, it was weird, but I definitely also like the fact that he says that he is seeming to he's going to try to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
That he's like, "I don't know yet," or something like
right.
that. So,
yeah.
So it's interesting that he's sort of waiting for a purpose.
Yeah.
But I really wish he would have just said, "I came back to talk to my dad." I really wish they just get that out in the open, because that's got to be Jack's big emotional arc is getting back to that. I don't know why else he's on the island. It's not to help Ben, apparently. So
yeah.
So Kate came back for Claire.
Right. Saeed came back because he got arrested.
Saeed came back because he didn't have a choice.
Yeah.
Hurley, we still don't know.
Hurley. Son came back for Jen.
Who else is there? Jack?
I think that's everybody. I mean, Locke. Locke came back because, whatever, he was dead.
Yeah.
Ben came back because he's Ben.
Yeah.
I think that's everybody.
Well, it doesn't look like Jack came back for. We were wondering about that whole thing with Jack and Kate, and they didn't sit together on the plane, and it seems like, okay, well, what are you guys doing? So they seem to be done. He didn't come back for Kate, obviously. It doesn't seem like he came back for Juliet.
No.
So I think it's the dad thing.
Yeah,
Because, I mean, you know, after Locke said that to him, he started hopping on planes.
Yeah. I think you're right. He just hadn't said that.
Yeah.
We're definitely gonna. I'm convinced we're gonna get a scene with him and his dad at some point.
Oh, totally.
There's no way they're not gonna do that.
Christian's had a scene with everybody else.
Yeah, well, you're right.
I mean, he's even talked to Frank, you know? Like, geez.
He did.
Frank
He talked to Frank. And once you talk to Frank, you might as well.
Yeah. If you're going to talk to Frank, I think you probably should talk to your son, too.
Yeah. It's the least you could do.
And I'm curious, you know, when they get back on the Claire storyline, since they obviously are, I wonder if they're going to say Claire died when her house blew up.
Me too.
And that she was just sort of this apparition in that middle period of time before she disappears.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's no other, house, you know, unless she dies after that. But then why would she be all weird and walk away from Aaron and all that?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I have no idea where that story's going. My worst nightmare would be something like, whoa.
Sorry, I dropped something.
Oh, God, that scared me. Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay. My worst nightmare would be something like Jacob took Claire because he knew that would bring Kate back, and Kate had to be back, and then she, you know, then he releases Claire after Kate does whatever she's going to do, and then Claire gets off and goes off to be with Aaron. Like that's sort of the worst case scenario I can think of.
Yeah, that's pretty bad.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I hope that's definitely not it.
So do I.
Yeah, I really think there's something there with the familiar relationship there. There's something there with the fact that Claire is, you know, Christian's daughter, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there's something there. Yeah, I don't know. I got to think about that. If there is a scene when Kate finds Claire and she's, you know, why did you leave Aaron? I got to think about what she might say. Maybe I'll come up with something halfway bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's the best I can come up with. It's sort of the most straightforward thing. Because otherwise,
she could say, I left Aaron because you needed him.
Okay,
you needed him.
There you go.
And I don't know what. That's lame.
Yeah.
But they're kind of saying that, so.
Yeah. I don't know how crazy that Claire thing's gonna get. You know, it seems pretty crazy. I mean, anybody hanging out in Jacob's cabin has to. I mean, I feel like there can't be a totally normal explanation for that.
Oh, and I just realized if she is dead, how is she going to leave the island and go back to Aaron?
Well, yeah, I was going to say that. That's the thing. I don't think she's dead. Although that would be weird. I guess they could do that. I guess they could just have her find out that she's dead. Go that way.
And then what? She goes back and raises Aaron?
Yeah.
Kate or Claire?
Claire. I mean Kate.
Yeah, I don't see that happening. I don't see Kate going back to raise Aaron. I think she's done with that. She couldn't. Miss Littleton wouldn't let her. You know,
well,
I don't think she would let her. You know, not after all of this. Like, oh, now you're gonna take Aaron from me? No way.
Yeah.
I don't think that's gonna happen. I don't even think Claire's gonna, because I think Claire's dead. I want to think she's not dead only because Kate doesn't think she's dead. But I from all the evidence, I feel like Claire's dead, and which means she really shouldn't be able to leave the island to raise Aaron, which to me isn't that big of a deal, only because I think Aaron's fine now with his grandmother.
Yeah.
And I feel like if Claire came back, then what? She goes to live with the mother, maybe, and they all live together and have a happy family. I don't know.
Yeah, she would have to reconcile with her mother, and that would sort of complete the whole Claire story.
Yeah.
In a pretty
nice, tidy bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
I could see them going that way with it. I feel like if Claire's alive, it's really strange.
That's the thing. I think that's why she's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm inclined to think she's dead too, but I don't know. I think it's at least possible that she's alive. I'm sitting at like 70-30 right now.
Oh, speaking of Claire, this reminded me of because she was acting kind of weird, and when she was in Jacob's cabin, I'm trying to think about if she was alive, why would she be acting like that? And anyway, it reminded me of the He's Our You episode when Saeed was acting all crazy after the truth serum.
Yeah.
So we didn't mention this on the podcast, but a listener, one of our mutual friends, Jerica, mentioned this. That was pretty obvious when she mentioned it, that they basically gave him LSD.
What? That's what that was?
Yeah. And that's why he was acting all loopy like that.
Really?
Yeah, because he gave it to him on a sugar cube.
LSD doesn't make you tell the truth, does it?
Yeah, that's what I agree. I don't know if it makes you necessarily tell the truth, but it'll loosen you up, I'm sure.
Yeah, okay. Maybe it just, yeah.
To me, the biggest evidence that it's LSD is how he was acting. Because there's no explanation for how he was acting other than drugs.
Yeah, no, well, I definitely thought it was a drug. It just didn't occur to me that it was LSD. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't administered in the usual way LSD is administered.
Oh, really? How do you usually take your LSD?
Well, I think that one takes one's LSD most often by a little paper strip that you put under your tongue. One puts one under one's tongue.
I've seen that. There is a sugar cube connection though too.
Yeah, I mean you can probably do it with a sugar cube. I mean the point is to get it in there.
It's tastier.
But if they wanted to make it obviously LSD, they could have shown the little strips. Well,
I don't think they were trying to be super obvious, but I think his performance was trying to say, hey, I'm on LSD.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll buy that. He did act really strangely.
Yeah, it was pretty crazy.
Seeing Saeed like that was it freaked me out.
So I thought I'd bring that up.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good.
Thanks, Jerica.
Yeah.
Or anyone else who would have told us but didn't.
Right.
You get credit too for no reason.
So like Oldham is just he's just like out there in the woods. He's got LSD and
listening to music and tripping on LSD. He's having a good old time out there.
And that sort of makes sense. It kind of fits in with what we saw and
Yeah,
I'll buy that. And they might have needed to be a little bit vague about what it was. Like they might not be able to just say we're going to give him some LSD.
I think so.
I don't know how strict they are about that, but that seems like it could be an issue. I know with Charlie and the heroin there was some issue about how they showed that. Like they couldn't show him shooting it with a needle. They had to show him like I think he just like rubbed it on his gums.
Yeah, that was always weird.
Yeah.
You just like shoot it or something.
Yeah, that was so it is some kind of issue, showing drug use.
It's ABC.
It is.
Which is owned by Disney.
That's right.
So I'm surprised they get away with a lot of stuff they get away with.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, that's true. Good point. Anything else about this stuff with Jack? I feel like I wanted to say more about that. Did I?
Jack puts his shirt on without drying off first.
You're right, I noticed that. I was like, that shirt's going to get wet. What are you doing?
Jack, you're just wetting your shirt. You're going to be soaked for like half an hour.
Yeah, it's such a bad idea.
I mean, I know Juliet's in there. Maybe you can't really dry off the way you would normally, but like,
right.
Don't put your shirt on just because she's there. Like,
yeah.
Like you're just going to get it wet.
Yeah, that's strangely I noticed that. It bothered me both times I watched that scene.
Yeah.
It's like, no, what are you doing? And I kept expecting to see the shirt like start soaking through. Yeah, that's just that's a no.
Yeah, you don't do that.
No. You really don't. Good point.
Yeah. Big plot point here.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad you we really noticed the key things.
Jack's wet shirt.
Yep. Jack's wet shirt. That's right. Okay, so next scene.
Why don't you describe the next scene, and I'm gonna rejoin this talkcast here.
You're gonna rejoin?
I'm gonna rejoin.
All right. Okay.
All right. Then I'll see you when I rejoin.
All right then.
All right.
So, let's see. I would do the scene right now, but I think I'm gonna take a quick pause here. I was asked to do something during these periods of time, and that thing was do some kind of math trivia bit. And so the question that I was asked was, are complex numbers in any way useful? Do they have anything to do with reality, or are they just kind of a fun mental exercise? And the answer to that is they do have something to do with reality. I'm not exactly an expert on that, but one thing that they're used in that's pretty straightforward is they're used in some of the algorithms that are used to compress things like pictures or video or audio, to decrease file size. So there's sort of a decoding thing, and complex numbers come into play there. I don't call them imaginary numbers. So
you're not talking about the episode.
No, sorry. I decided to do this little thing that I was asked to do, which was sort of math trivia. I was asked a specific question, which I have just answered. So,
did you ask it of yourself? Because I don't know who else would be interested in math trivia.
No, believe it or not, it was not me who asked the question of myself.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I hope the answer was pi.
So do I. Okay, I'll do the scene now.
Cool.
I just decided, to take advantage.
Yeah, good timing.
So Kate and Sawyer walk with Ben through the jungle. Sawyer's carrying Ben. Sawyer says, a kid will do almost anything if he's mad at his folks. Kate says, is that why you asked me to take care of your daughter? Sawyer says, did you? Kate says,
what? Is that what they say?
Yeah.
A kid will do anything if they're mad at their father? Is that why you asked me to take care of your daughter?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess that sort of makes sense. I guess it's he or she's saying.
Yeah. Sawyer says, did you? Kate says, of course I did. Sawyer asks about Clementine, and Kate tells him. Kate also mentions Cassidy's theory on why Sawyer jumped off the chopper. He was worried about what would happen if he didn't. Sawyer says, we would have never worked out. He wasn't fit for it or for being a daddy. He's doing all right with Juliet, but he's done a lot of growing up in the past 3 years. The others interrupt this, saying, hands up, and they come out of the jungle with some guns. Sawyer asks for Richard Alpert.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh.
They don't know who that is. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Awesome? Maybe. It would certainly be a surprise.
Who's Richard Alpert? Oh, no. So I guess Kate was saying Sawyer doesn't want Clementine to do weird stuff because she's pissed that her dad wasn't around.
Yeah.
So that was the connection there?
I think that was the connection. Tenuous though it may be.
Yeah. She went more than halfway on that
Some
one.
of these segues they use in the show are pretty weak sometimes.
Yeah.
I've started to notice that. The way they get from one thing to the next thing is really, I don't know, not that. There's not much finesse sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about finesse and...
Yeah. It's tricky to do that. I never realized how mechanical a lot of writing is sometimes. You just...
Oh, yeah.
You got this stuff you have to get across, and you just, you figure out a way to fit it all together.
Writing is very mechanical. It's structure, it's timing, yeah.
It's not just this, free, I'm just going to write some stuff, I just, I don't know. I had a different picture of it. I didn't realize how much it's, there's a lot of formula to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just about figuring out how to make it fit together.
Yeah,
Come
totally.
in with your agenda, and you just have to carry it out. And yeah, I don't know. Unfortunately, I noticed that.
Mm-hmm.
Now I do, at least. So, anything else about this scene? Sawyer, Kate?
No.
Juliet?
No, I want to mention something about Alfred later.
Alfred later? Okay.
Yeah, but nothing in this scene, yeah.
All right. So, in the next scene, Kate knocks on a motel room door. Claire's mom knows who she is and lets her in. She tells Kate about Jack's visit. Kate tells her that Aaron is her grandson and her daughter Claire is alive. Kate tells her about the lie and that they left her there because she disappeared. And Kate kept Aaron because she had to protect him. Claire's mom says, "Why did you lie? Why did you come to me?" Kate says, "Because I needed him." "Why didn't you come to me?" I should have said.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote the wrong thing. Kate says, "Because I needed him." She shows Claire's mom a picture. Well, something's wrong.
Something's wrong with what?
I don't know. I don't like this. Anyway, she shows Claire's mom a picture and says that he's in a room 2 doors down. She says he's waiting for his grandmother. She can take care of Aaron while she's gone, and she'll be back soon. She's going back to find Claire.
Boom! In your face.
Ouch! Look
Nobody
out.
saw that coming.
Kate's on a mission.
And you know what? What I like about that is it makes this scene work, I think, a bit more on a character level because Mrs. Littleton can't get too mad now that, with this added info of, I'm going back to find your daughter.
Mm-hmm.
As mad as she wants to be or whatever feeling she has, it's a little, mitigated by the fact that now Kate is going to go do this crazy journey just to find her daughter.
Yeah.
And it's cool in a way that she's able to have that extra. Because if it was just like, yeah, we tricked you and we lied to people and yeah, blah blah blah. Sorry, I'm gonna go now and leave you with this burden,
mm-hmm.
of a child that you didn't know that your daughter had. But it's more of like I'm doing the right thing now, and I'm gonna go
find your daughter. It's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. We were trying to, we were talking about what it was going to be, and that never entered my mind as a possibility.
Mhm.
I really thought it had to be some other thing. I thought she was going to see something crazy, or but it was really just a personal realization, and then that sort of turned into what she had to do next.
Yeah.
And that, like, she went through a lot of stuff after that marina. Like, she completely sort of turned around, came to a lot of realizations and really just went on a different path.
I remember you wanted to see what made her change her mind. And, we saw it.
We saw it. There it was. And I pretty much bought it. It surprisingly worked for me. I thought it was going to be weird. But, I should mention just real quick the next bit. She looks at Aaron sleeping. She cries. Then she gets up and leaves him sleeping in the bed and says, "Bye-bye, baby."
Bye-bye, baby.
Or that.
That was hard. That was hard to do. That was so sad. Oh, Kate.
Yeah. The thing I noticed this second time through was that she actually says, "You can take care of him while I'm gone." Sort of like suggesting once she gets back, she's going to be like, "Okay, I'll take him now. Thank you." I never really noticed that the first time.
Yeah, I noticed that line. But it's the kind of line where you can take it like that, but also that's what you would say anyway. I mean, like, that's what she wants her to do, is take care of him while she's gone.
Yeah.
There is that kind of implication of, what happens if you come back, but...
Yeah. Well, and then she says, she'll be back soon.
Yeah, she's wrong.
I know she's wrong, but I feel like she's
wrong.
saying... I feel like she's saying...
I think she's lying, though. I mean, I don't know how she could think she's gonna go back to the island and find Claire, and she'll be back soon. I kind of thought all of that was to make it feel less of a big deal for Littleton. I won't be gone that long. Here, you can sort of watch him. I'll come back with Claire really soon. More, other than the reality of the situation is, I think Kate should realize that she might not come back. I mean, as hard as it was to leave the island the series of circumstances that got them off the island the first time, like, come on, were ridiculous.
Yeah.
And for her to think that it's going to be easy to get back, I assume she was those couple lines she was saying just for Miss Littleton's sake.
I see. Okay. All right.
Because she should not think she's going to be back soon. There's no reason to believe that at all.
Yeah, I agree.
Soon, honey, you're going 30 years in the past. Soon is going to have a whole new meaning after this flight. Yeah, exactly. It's like...
You don't know what soon means.
You don't even know what soon means, yeah. Something else about this scene.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
The thing that bugs me a little bit, just a little bit, because I got to nitpick something, right?
Okay, great. It's Todd's nitpick for this scene. Here we go.
I didn't really like how the sort of trade-off of he's waiting for you in a room down the hall and, and he's expecting his grandmother. I imagine a scene where the someone comes to the door, Aaron wakes up and he looks at the door, and he goes, Grandma, and it's the cleaning lady. He doesn't there was no introduction, there was no Aaron, I'm leaving and I'm sorry and here's your grandmother and blah 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 and talking and things and the sort of normal thing. And I know that they're crunched for time for the show and for Kate, but I didn't really like that. Just the fact that he's going to wake up and he has no idea how his life is about to change, and he's just going to wake up and some woman is going to be there that I don't think has met that's who's going to take care of him for the foreseeable future.
Yeah.
That's that's no finesse. That lacks finesse, if you ask me.
Mhm.
So that was that part I didn't like, but oh, bye baby.
Ouch.
Oh man, that was a good one. Evangeline. God, her name is so preposterous. Evangeline. I am the princess of the elves, the Elven Kingdom. Or I'm from Canada.
Yeah, you can't do much else with that name. It's pretty. It's pretty hard to pull off anything less than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. No. She had a weird period in season 2, but I think she's kind of pulled out of that. I think she did a pretty good job.
Oh, totally.
She's not doing those weird lines where she doesn't even seem to believe what she's saying.
Why would? Oh God.
Yeah.
What was the line? Why would someone smuggle a pregnancy test or something?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Why would someone bring a pregnancy test on a plane?
Oh man. Yeah, that was a hard one. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Kate, that was well, I'm glad that's over.
Yeah. So I guess after this scene, Kate goes to cry at Jack's house?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is one of my favorite scenes ever.
Bye-bye, baby. Over to Jack's house.
Bye-bye, baby. Now it's time for the darkness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I'm still confused about, don't you ever ask me what happened.
Don't you dare. Don't you ever. Oh, he's with his grandmother.
Yeah. Which, might put Jack at ease to know that Aaron...
That
the right thing has finally been done about that.
It would. There's I don't buy that she couldn't say that. It really just seems like a thing they did so they could turn it into a mystery.
And I think in the moment I'll buy in the moment she feels that way, she just
but she should be able to tell him at some point. I mean,
yeah, I think at some point she should be able to tell him.
Because it's not that bad, Kate.
Yeah.
It really isn't. You kind of did the right thing.
Oh yeah, totally. She did the right thing.
So there's, I mean, I can understand that she's upset about it, but she doesn't need to, Jack's not going to be pissed that she did that.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it'll even be a relief to him.
I love when Miss Littleton was like, "Yeah, I know who you are. Your friend Dr. Shepard was here," and then said something about an errand and ran out of here. I love the fact that we weren't sure how that scene ended. And it
now
ended
we know.
It ended the way it looked like it ended. Or he just bolted and didn't say shit.
Who's Aaron? Look left. Look right.
Hey, Miss Littleton, what's that on the wall over there? Boom.
Bam. The door slammed.
I love it because scenes like that you rarely get the other side of.
Yeah.
And it was really awesome to be like, yeah, he just...
That's what happened. He just ran out of there. Way to go, Jack.
Yeah. He wasn't able to handle that situation too well.
No.
He's like, oh, God, bye.
Who's Aaron, you say? Who's Aaron?
Aaron, interesting story. I left him in my car. Oh, look, the hospital's paging me. You don't hear anything? I've got my pager on vibrate.
Oh, God. Yeah. Yeah, no, I can't think of very many other times where we actually got a complete version of a scene that they cut out on.
Yeah, exactly. That's really, really rare.
Yeah, that was nice. That was nice. And I kind of like how she greeted her, where she was like,
and that's the whole thing.
I know who you are.
It's the whole thing I think works because it gives the support of why she has that tone when she greets him. Because she's like pissed off about what Jack did.
Yeah.
And she's like not sure why Kate's showing up now. So I like that. It wasn't, because I think if that didn't happen, she wouldn't really have any reason to be sort of, I don't know, what would you call her? Defensive?
Yeah.
On the defense or something?
Yeah, kind of standoffish.
Yeah. So yeah, that definitely worked. Definitely worked. Jack just laughed. I love it.
I know.
Because that was the scene. He's like, we gotta get out of here. We gotta go.
Yeah, that's what happened.
It's like, why, Jack? Why? He doesn't know anything. Let's get out of here. Jack is crazy, man. Jack's insane.
He is, yeah. Yeah.
It's like he just threw water balloons at her house or something. Go! She's home. I thought she was out of town, but she's back. Go.
I know. He's a grown man.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
He just toilet papered her house.
He did, yeah. That's what he's acting like. I know that tone. That's what it is.
That's what it is. Yep.
Oh shit! The light's on. Go.
Yep.
Wow. Oh God.
Next scene?
Yeah, next scene. Next scene. Almost the last scene. The others, Kate and Sawyer, walk through the jungle. Richard Alpert comes out of the jungle. Richard says, "Is that Benjamin Linus?" Sawyer says, "You know him." Kate tells him that he was shot. Richard says, "Why are you here?" Kate says, "We need you to save his life. Can you?" Richard pauses and says, "If I take him, he's not ever going to be the same again." Kate says, "What do you mean by that?" Richard says, "What I mean is that he'll forget this ever happened and that his innocence will be gone. He will always be one of us." "You still want me to take him?" Kate says, "Yes." Sawyer hands Ben to Richard. One of the others steps up and says he should ask Ellie, and if Charles finds out, ellipsis, Richard says, "Let him find out. I don't answer to either of them." Kate says, "Where are you taking him?" As Richard walks away with Ben. I seem to have left out the part where. Oh, did I say that? I said Sawyer hands Ben to Richard, didn't I? Anyway.
Yeah.
Kate says, "Where are you taking him?" But Sawyer pulls Kate away as Richard disappears into the jungle with Ben's body. Then we go with Richard. Richard walks through the jungle and arrives at the temple. Richard uses his back to push a door open and goes inside.
Is that the temple?
I don't know.
Where Montan got his arm chopped off?
I believe that's where it was. I'm making that assumption. I could be wrong.
It's a fair assumption. It's definitely a similar type building, and I think it's, Occam's razor, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It's a temple, and so I'm assuming it's the temple.
Yeah, when Albert's like, his innocence will be lost, he'll always be one of us. I'm thinking Sawyer's like, you guys don't have any children's Tylenol or something a little less drastic? Come on, do we have to, can you fix him without irrevocably making him one of you guys? Pretty drastic step for just sort of healing a wound, I think.
Yeah.
Obviously that means he's not going to heal him in any traditional way.
Yeah, what is he going to do with him?
Yeah.
That's the thing. What's all that about? Are
you asking?
Yes. It's pretty much rhetorical because you probably don't know. Do you have a theory?
I had a crazy theory of what happened to Claire when the others took her, and it was way off.
Oh, yeah. This is more like that.
This is probably more like that, but then, I don't know. it depends on what's in the temple to me. I really don't know what's in there. I don't know if he's taking him to a person or taking him to a place with some sort of, tools or something or whatever he's going to do. I don't really know how this is going to pan out. It seems like it's going to be something mystical, and the others overall aren't that mystical. So
that's
the
thing.
I
feel like they kind of are. I feel like the hostiles are kind of mystical, but once the purge happens and some of the Dharma people join in and Ben takes over, I feel like that the character of the others kind of changes. Yeah. Definitely Richard is mystical and all and Smokey and all the. Mm-hmm. There's definitely stuff that's mystical with those guys, but I don't know. I don't really know. I can't really imagine what he's going to do. I'm assuming it's just going to be some sort of procedure that he's done before. It's probably going to bind him with the island or make him. I mean, maybe he's going to have Jacob save him, and so he, by the process of doing that, he becomes his allegiance is to Jacob forever or something. Mm-hmm. And I would say something like that. So, that makes sense. There's so much I want to go to here. I can't decide where to start. Start at the most boring. Okay, that's a good idea. So there's two things. He's gonna forget this ever happened. Let's start there. He'll forget this ever happened. Mm-hmm. What's this? This. What do you mean? Next question. That's okay. Good point. How far does that extend? I think that's the problem is how far does it extend? I mean, some of the lawsuits have been there for 3 years. I'm assuming the last 3 years of his memory won't vanish. Yeah, that would be crazy. But I really think that they're talking about is Saeed shooting him. Yeah, it definitely seems like they're trying to explain that, provide an answer to that thing with Hurley and Miles about why Ben didn't remember. Yeah. I think it'll be, but here's the thing is, if Ben remembers just as little as he saw Saeed, around, that's still pretty big. That's big enough to be an issue. So, and he would have to, the other ones, the Sawyer and Juliet, and they haven't really indicated any more than they did with Saeed that he knew them from when he was a kid. Do you really think they're going to wipe his memory for the last 3 years? Yeah, that seems so drastic. So no, I don't. But I guess I want to think this means, all the stuff that relates to the Losty characters. Somehow. Yeah, but how far back does that go? Well, I feel like he'll remember everything that doesn't involve them. Oh, it's specific to the Losties? Yeah. How's that going to work? It'll just be stuff about Sawyer and Juliet and it's gonna wipe that out? And Jack and Hurley and it'll just. But why would it be? How could it be selective like that? Well, how does Richard even know? Even if he could do that, how does he even know that would be something to do or part of the effect or? Well, Richard doesn't know that. But I feel like that's what the effect is supposed to be. That. I feel like that's you just feel like that's what's going to happen. I feel like that's the stuff he's supposed to forget because that's the stuff that it's weird that he knows later. So basically, if you talk to Ben later after this, you could ask him something like, "Hey Ben, don't you think it's weird that no one's in charge of the motor pool?" Because he wouldn't remember Juliet, right? Or, hey, Ben, isn't it weird that there's no head security officer? Because he wouldn't remember Sawyer. So that's what's weird is, to be selective like that is pretty crazy.
I definitely think they would ideally want to do something like that. How plausible it is will be a testament to how good of writers they are, really.
Yeah.
So we'll see. I definitely think that is the ultimate goal, is if they can negate that. I definitely think what they will settle for is negating the Saeed thing. Because the Juliet thing I don't think is such a huge deal, because, you know, he's got that reference about the girl and something, and, you know, maybe it's not that big a deal that he remembers her.
Maybe he's supposed to remember her.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's a big deal overall.
It is kind of weird with Sawyer and Jen, I guess, and certainly Jack, Kate, and Hurley. You know, because he has interactions with all of them later.
Yeah. I just don't know if overall they don't want Ben to remember any of these people overall, like, for anything.
Yeah.
If that's their big problem is, well, all the stuff in season 2 and 3 and 4, like, we don't want Ben to have known any of those guys, you know, to have memories of these guys. And if that's what they're going for, then good luck.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the drastic thing would be to wipe his memory for the last 3 years, but that would be pretty crazy. So,
well, I wonder if they'll do something like, you know, I mean, that would be really bad, but, like, wiping his memory, you know, something. I'm thinking like they'll wipe it to the point of when Ben met Richard for the first time or something.
Mhm.
So Ben wakes up and it's kind of like the same moment, you know.
Yeah.
Of seeing Richard. Maybe they'll bookend it like that or something.
That'd be crazy that to lose that many years of your life.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a kid.
He'll get over it.
This guy plenty more years ago.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So there's the memory. Issue number 2. Issue number 2. His innocence will be gone. He will always be one of us. I don't know if those are separate, or that's part, like, the fact that you lose your innocence, is that a part of being one of us? Or if you lose your innocence, does that make you one of us? Or
no,
what's innocence?
I got the sense he was reiterating his point when he said his innocence will be lost, and then he says he'll always be more. I thought he was kind of explaining what he meant by that. I don't like the line, his innocence will be lost. Makes me want to throw up. I think it would have been cool just to leave it at he'll always be one of us, you know. And even if they're trying to say Ben will become an evil person because of what's going to happen, we know that. I don't think we need Richard to tell us that with this innocence lost thing. But I think it's interesting to know that Ben will have this affinity for the others, for the hostiles, forever, and that, you know, more or less influences what he does. Not that this makes him evil, you know, like, you know, go back to your question, are they separate? I think he's reiterating, but I think it also comes off as, you know, the first part is his innocence lost, which kind of means, you know, him being bad. We know that's going to happen. And is it he's going to be bad and he's going to always be another? Or is it he's going to always be another, which means that'll make him bad sometimes? You know?
Right.
Because he'll want to do things that are in the best interest of the hostile.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's my take on that. But like I said, it was a little, I don't know.
I was thinking that maybe we're supposed to believe that whatever Richard's going to do to Ben, we can interpret losing his innocence in terms of this is why, you know, part of becoming one of them and losing your innocence and all that is this is why he knows stuff about the island. You know, like it is a part of this procedure that, you know, he learns what the island's about somehow. and like interpret losing his innocence in that way.
Well, that wouldn't that mean that, like, does that imply that the island is about something bad or something, or he's going to learn about the island, which means he's losing his innocence, like he's not innocent of the information or something? Or he's guilty of knowing?
Yeah, innocence in the sense of naivete. Not
okay.
Yeah. Not quite innocence in the sense of innocent or guilty.
I guess, yeah.
I was thinking that maybe that's supposed to provide an explanation for why Ben knows so much.
Mhm. Yeah.
All right. Well.
I mean,
throwing it out there.
I don't know. I mean, he should know a lot because he does lead them at a certain point.
Right.
For a long time. Is he gonna know all he knows about the island, or a lot of what he knows about the island from this point afterwards, as he's a kid? I don't know about that. But could he be exposed to something that's gonna sort of change him forever? And like, not, he won't be able to sort of be the same after learning that, what Smokey is or something, or.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever he sees or does down there. We'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, there's this other thing. Oh, so what about this thing about Ellie and Charles, and I don't answer to that.
Oh, man.
What do you say?
Why did we even have to go there? Nobody was even thinking about Ellie or Charlie. So I guess we're supposed to believe that Ellie and Charles are running things?
That's what it sounds like. Which should be correct. I mean, I don't know about Ellie, but Charles is supposed to be there until Ben kicks him out.
Yeah.
So he really should be there. I mean, he should have been there kind of this whole time.
Yeah. Totally.
And we just haven't seen him before. We only saw him that one time in the 50s. So it makes sense, and he did say he was their leader as well. So
I wonder if we're going to see him in this time period, because he would be in his 40s or something.
Yeah.
And Alan Dale, I don't think can play 40s.
No, I don't think so. It would be a stretch.
Give him Roger's wig maybe, and
Yeah, that's what they'd have to. I don't think so. I feel like they'd still get another actor to play him.
A third actor?
A third actor, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, because I think the 20-year-old is too young.
Yeah, it makes me think they're just not going to show him.
Yeah, I could see that too. That's kind of tricky.
Even for Ellie, you'd have to get a third actress for her.
Ooh, ouch. That's weird.
Yeah,
you're right. It's possible, but yeah, probably not.
I think it's just
it's kind of.
I was gonna say, I take those lines as just letting us know that they're in charge right now and that they're still around. He doesn't answer to them apparently. I guess he apparently answers to Jacob.
Yeah.
If that means anything, but which I thought the question would be, don't you want to clear this with Jacob first?
Mhm.
Nobody asked that question.
Oh no. Yeah, I guess I'm assuming Jacob will be involved somehow, and so his clearance will be a part of the deal.
Mm-hmm.
But I just thought it was strange because Albert seemed to be in charge in the 50s.
Mm-hmm.
And so at what point did Ellie and or Charles become the leaders? Or, I mean, how did that work? And then why doesn't Richard, if they're the leader, why doesn't Richard answer to them?
Richard seems to be, I mean, we've seen, I mean, there's been plenty of times when Richard's always there, yet there's like, out of the 4 time periods we've seen him in, 3 of those, there's other leaders.
Yeah.
You know, so there's obviously something in terms of his place and role within that group, and you know, and actually having other people sort of lead. You know, he wanted Locke to lead. Ben was the leader.
Mm-hmm.
Ellie/Charles. I really think the question there too is, you know, why isn't Richard the leader? If he sort of can't die, or at least, you know, will be alive a long time, he seems like the perfect leader. He'll be around.
Yeah.
You know, stability, yay.
Right.
But that doesn't seem to be the case. I don't know. I was going to bring this up too with the, you know, Richard looking younger, or them attempting to make him look younger when he first meets Ben, and I was, you know, I saw that in the Previously On, and I'm like, why did they give you a beard? You know, the hair I understand, but if you know, why not have him shaved so he would look younger? But then he always is shaved, so maybe they're trying to contrast that.
Mm-hmm.
But he just doesn't look younger. Like he just doesn't look younger. And it's like, what were you guys doing here? You failed miserably.
Yeah,
whatever it was.
That's what I think happened. I mean, I think it just wasn't a good job. And then it just turned into a cool plot point.
It's weird.
Instead of a failed makeup job. But yeah, I agree. The beard, I mean, I think part of the reason they have the beard is it kind of makes him appear more like he's, you know, living in the jungle, kind of.
That was the other thing. Yeah, I did think of that. I did think, okay, maybe see, that's what I was thinking, though. Maybe he dressed up as the others do. I don't know if the hostiles ever dress up, but, you know, the hostiles do sort of wear this, you know, the other guys in this scene with Richard in this episode are dressed like that. Richard is in his normal, like, you know, going to Manhattan attire, but you know, like everybody else is
time
in there.
For Cosmo with Richard.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to Chelsea to I don't know.
Bellini's all around. Richard Street.
Richard, yay! So that's what's weird to me. That's what I thought when I was thinking about that before was, okay, maybe this is one of those weird times when, you know, he's dressing up to look like this for some reason. Maybe that explains it. You know, because he is always in his regular clothes.
Yeah.
Except for that scene. So I think that's an extra part of the anomaly.
Yeah. So that's the other thing. Well, okay. What I was going to say is I kind of feel like there's something weird going on with the others. We talked a while ago about there's an interview on Lostpedia with David Fury, one of the writers from the early days. And
he's really angry.
Zing. He talks about. Well, he talks about a bunch of things, but one of the things they bring up is that, according to him, the others' appearance in the first season, and I even want to say into the second season that, but I could be wrong about that. But initially, the beards and the sort of raggedy clothes and so on. He was saying that was not costumes originally, that was real stuff. That's, you know, according to him at the time, that was real stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And so that made me think that at some point they decided to change direction with the others. And so they introduced the idea of them. I mean, the plot of them dressing up never really worked for me.
It never worked. Yeah, it didn't make sense.
Yeah, and it sort of makes more sense when you think it wasn't what was happening originally. It really was them like that. But then they decided to make the others somewhat different. And they kind of went in a different direction with them for a while. The thing with Ben and the surgery and the barracks and so on. But now, with them in the past, they're sort of back more to what the original idea of the others was.
Yeah.
You know, they are living out in the wilderness. You know, they are those people, essentially, that we thought they were. And then it turned out they weren't. It's sort of like they changed, you know. They went through a transition period where they took up just living in houses and
to me that's kind of how I reconcile it. Is the original Hostiles that we see here were sort of like that, you know, living in the jungle and all that, and then when they, after the purge, you know, they move into Dharma's, into the barracks, and they can modernize their dress and not have to do that, I guess, for most of them. But sort of in the guise that they were dressing up in season 1 and 2 and all that, you know, I reconcile that by the fact that, you know, they sort of used to do that, so they sort of knew what to do to look like that.
Yeah.
So it was easy for them to dress up like that, because they, you know, their people used to do that. The weirdest part is Tom with the fake beard, but I guess, you know, you can't grow a beard really fast.
Yeah.
But it's weirdness. It's definitely weird. But I just wonder how Richard fits into that when they show him with Ben dressed as a hostile. You know, not dressed as regular Richard.
That's the thing. I feel like they're not dressing up. Although I do wonder where they get their clothes from. But I feel like that's, you know, that's their real clothes. Like, it's different from what they were doing. You know, I feel like they're not wearing clothes that they don't wear among themselves.
Who, the Hostiles?
Yeah.
In the 70s?
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah, I don't think they're dressing up, but I'm just saying, what's the deal with Richard then?
And I also think, well, I don't know. I mean, I have no idea.
That's like the one time I think that we see him dressed like that.
Yeah. I mean, well, okay. You know what my theory is. So I'm sticking to that. But an alternative theory would be, you know, he was dressing up. He was putting on the hostile garb, I guess, and or taking it to the next level somehow. Even though he never felt the need to do that before.
What's your primary theory?
My primary theory is that he was supposed to appear younger.
Yeah, but how does that explain the clothes, though? I'll buy that. I just don't. I don't know how. What was the rationale behind him being?
Oh, the clothes. Sorry, the clothes, not the hair.
Yeah, not the hair and the face.
Okay.
Because see, the thing is, yeah, I'll buy that the beard goes good with the clothes.
Yeah.
With that style, but like, why the clothes is my big question.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I feel like that was their idea of him back then.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that they were thinking this is what he was like in the past, and I feel like once they changed their mind, once they made him what he is now, they liked the idea of him being consistently well groomed throughout time. And so I feel like their idea of him changed.
Yeah, how about that?
And so it sort of goes along with my original theory.
Oh man.
Yeah. So it's just also once Ben leaves the others, it kind of seems like, you know, and Albert, like, you know, helps him out and makes that deal, and we see them looking much like they do in this episode. You know, it kind of seems like the others on the island in 2004 at least went back to what they were like, you know, during this time period.
I don't think all the others were at the Dharma barracks when they did all that stuff. Are we supposed to believe they all live there?
I think we're supposed to believe they all live there.
Because it doesn't seem like it seems like there's just more others than there were Dharma. Because as we saw, there weren't a lot of Dharma people. At least at this point, there weren't a lot of Dharma people.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I got the sense that...
I mean, I feel like there are as many Dharma people, but they're scattered because they have more places to be than just the barracks.
But not really, though. I mean, even the stations don't hold that many people. I think, well, at least that was my realization from these last couple episodes, is that It seems to me that most of the Dharma personnel were at the barracks, the large majority of them, and there really aren't that many people there. You know, I don't know how many people will be at the other stations, but I don't think it's a lot. You know,
but I think it can add up to the number of others, which is not that many.
Yeah, maybe it might be close, but I feel like there's less Dharma than others. But even when the others were living at the Dharma barracks, yeah.
And, you know, Dharma's sort of like bringing in recruits every number of, you know, some number of months. I mean, I think we're supposed to believe. Part of the thing is the way they show it. It doesn't seem like there are very many people. I feel like we're supposed to believe there's a little more people. Than we usually see.
I'll buy that, you know, by the time of the purge there's a ton more people, but I'm just saying from what we see now, it just doesn't seem like there's a lot of people there. And yeah, if they're bringing in recruits and stuff over the next, you know, however many years, then yeah, fine, the numbers will definitely increase. But, you know, you got Rudzinski by himself with the Flame, you know, there's like, I just think most of the stations don't hold but more than 1 or 2 people. So maybe you have 10 people plus the 30 maybe we've seen.
Yeah, and
maybe.
I also want to assume that the barracks they built them to grow. You know, like I want to assume they have enough space for all the new people they keep bringing in.
Yeah, I'll buy that in the future they have more people. I'm just saying now it doesn't look like they have a lot of people. So maybe they'll build more.
Yeah,
houses
I
or something.
guess, yeah, I don't know. I feel like we don't really get a good sense of what the scope is. I agree it's not that many.
The fire.
But I feel like we haven't seen every person that they have.
Well, I bought that, but I think we've seen most of the people because I mean, Horace gathered everyone in the barracks pretty much around when during this incident. And you sort of got to see how many people were there, and then plus from what we've seen of the recruitment process and the people who were in there and working around there, it just doesn't seem to be a lot of people. But of course they work with limited, extras and stuff.
Yeah.
But my point is when Ben and the others are living in the barracks, I got the sense that not all the others were there with them. Richard wasn't there, right? Richard didn't live at the barracks with them.
Well, he was there. I mean, he would leave sometimes.
Yeah.
But we did see him there some.
Yeah.
So I assumed he lived there, but who knows? Maybe he didn't live there. He spent some time there at some point. That's all I could say. They didn't show him with a house.
My explanation of that is just that's maybe why those other, we see the others back in their traditional sort of clothes because a lot of them weren't at the barracks anyway.
Didn't want to go to the barracks. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I mean, they had Patchy, Mikhail over in the Flame, for example, as someone who's not in the barracks.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they had a couple people stationed. They had the Bonnie and Greta, and
yeah, Bonnie and Greta.
Don't forget.
Yeah, and certainly the construction project. They probably have to bring in people for that. Of course, they wouldn't necessarily stay, but.
Yeah, even when they built a runway, how many people did you really see out there?
Not that many.
Not as many as you would think it would take to build a runway.
Not at all, no.
If you knew that's what you were building.
Yeah. No, I find it hard to believe that Kate and Sawyer alone really pulled that off.
I don't think they really did. I mean, that was a pretty long runway, I think. And
it was.
I don't see how what we saw them do was enough work to even do 10% of that.
No, not at all. Not at all. I will say, I have a really spotty history at judging numbers, and I always tend to aim high. So, I feel like there's a lot more Dharma people than we see. So the truth is probably more like what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the videos and like all these ancillary characters that we see, the people helping Juliet, and the people in the motor pool, and the people in the recruiting station, like there's just, we keep seeing these characters in the background, and they don't repeat that much. Mm-hmm. And so I get the impression that there's that there's more people there than we ever see.
We saw like 2 people at the motor pool besides Kate and what's her name, Kate and Juliet. There's like 2 people helping Juliet, like or at least one. I mean, I know what you mean. They definitely are give the semblance of quite a bit of people, but I think if you add them up, it's really not that many people that are there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Even like the when you saw the picture of the new recruits, with Jack and Kate and Hurley, and like it wasn't that many people in that picture, and they had extra random Dharma people in it, But like I said, this could be sort of close to the beginning of all that, and maybe over the years the numbers get bigger.
Yeah. Oh, and you know what else? Ben's flashback, which was before this, gave a very different sense. I mean, they had a whole classroom of kids, and there was.
Where are those kids now?
I know. That's the thing. Like, I guess I'm partially thinking of what we've seen before. I really think it's just the way the way the production is going. We're just not really seeing the full scope ever. And so if you count up how many people we've seen, it's probably pretty low. But I do feel like we're supposed to think it's a bit bigger than that. I want to say there's at least as many of them as there are others.
Mhm.
That's I want to believe that.
I feel like at this point in the 70s, there's more others than there's more hostiles than Dharma.
Oh well, I mean, how many others there were in the future?
In the future, I
Which
think
is to say, like,
closer.
50 or something. 50.
Yeah, I think it's closer in the future.
Yeah. How many others there are now? I don't even know.
So we're supposed to believe that they gassed all those kids?
And by now, I mean 1977. I do think we're supposed to believe that.
Oh, I guess those kids grew up and they were adults by that
point. Well, that's
point.
true. Yeah, the kids with Ben. Presuming they didn't bring in new kids.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
Was that a mixed classroom? It was like all ages. Could you tell? Do you remember?
It didn't. It wasn't that mixed, and that I couldn't tell that there were kids that were really far apart. I'm not that good at judging kids' ages, but it seemed like they were all roughly Ben's age.
Yeah.
Like 8 to 12.
Yeah.
Although that would count as mixed. I mean, that's not normal, but. Yeah, I didn't see any kids who were like old or teenagers, or any kids who were really, really young.
Yeah.
So it did give you the impression there was more classes than that.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering, if there's like multiple classes. But I mean, the barracks don't seem that big. It doesn't seem like there's that many rooms. There's that many buildings.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, I can't imagine that they have just a lot of kids there.
Yeah. Not a lot, but just, more than we see.
Yeah. And I guess someone's going to need to teach baby Ethan.
Because I don't think we've seen any kids except Ben and, baby Ethan.
Yeah.
And in that scene, I think we see at least, 15.
Mhm.
So, yeah, we did see Charlotte. I guess she's supposed to be there. They haven't really dealt with that yet. Yeah, I did too.
Man, they dropped that ball.
They dropped that. It's because Dan's gone.
Dan's gone. That's why they made him leave?
It is, probably. Didn't think about that. They'll probably get back to that. Once we find out what happened to Dan, we'll find out what happened with Charlotte.
Yeah.
That'll be that. That's weird, though. Ugh. She should remember more than just one crazy old man.
Yeah, there's a lot of them running around there.
I wonder if she remembers when a van on fire ran into a building.
Yeah, she should. She really should. And not only that, it didn't really hit me before, but, like, she could have known Ben as a kid.
Yeah. I think she leaves pretty soon, right? Like, I don't remember how long she said or if she said how long she was on the island, but I don't think it's too long.
Yeah. But he was there, you know?
Yeah, he definitely was there, yeah.
So she could have known him. I guess they could say they're different I do think they're different ages. They're obviously different ages.
Yes, I think we can agree that they're different ages.
Even though Charlotte's a lot older than she looks, but still not as old as Ben.
No.
Not that Ben's that old, but yeah. Anyway. So what was the point?
Next scene.
Okay. I got lost.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ironic.
Oh, whoops. Did I just do a pun? Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry about that, guys.
This is a no pun zone.
That's right. Okay, so the last scene, this is really just the kind of coda. It's not much of a scene. We cut from Richard taking Ben inside the temple to present day on the island. Ben sleeping after being hit in the head with the oar by Sun. Ben sleeps while Locke watches.
Is that a sentence you thought you'd say before, right?
No. That sounds pretty creepy. Ben opens his eyes and sees Locke looking at him, and Locke says, "Hello, Ben. Welcome back to the land of the living." Lost.
As I said off podcast, it would have been great if Locke just said, "Boo."
Love that.
That should have been the way to end this episode. Boo.
Yeah.
That would have been awesome.
It would have been.
I hate that line, by the way. Welcome back to the land of the living. It's like Locke spent all this time trying to come up with something great and pithy to tell him when he wakes up, you know, and that's what he came up with.
Yeah.
I thought it would have been cool if it just had no dialogue in this scene. That would have been awesome.
Me too. Like do a version of the thing from LaFleur when they all just stared at each other at the end.
Mm-hmm.
That was really good. I agree. That would have worked here.
Yeah, it was like, what? And like, yeah, and Locke just smiled. I feel like Locke gives into his own whatever, you know. He wants to rub it in that he's alive. You know what I mean?
All right, you died and you resurrected. Like, could you just stop?
What is this? That don't impress me much? It's Nia Tane?
Yeah, pretty much.
So what? You died and came back to life. Now, if Brad Pitt died and came back to life, would that impress you, Nia Tane?
Wow.
Yeah, wow, indeed.
That don't impress me. Wow.
Bring it back, guys. Bring it back.
Nice.
What is that, 95, 96 or something?
I don't know. Is it that old? I thought it was more like, if I had to date that song without looking at Wikipedia, I would put it at, oh God, this is hard. I would put it at 98.
Okay. It was released December 15th, 98.
Oh, shit.
Nice.
Wow. Wow.
98. Yeah, it was early.
Wow. That was hard. It's like, when I first heard about it, what year did it feel like?
Well, it looks like the album came out in 97, whatever that means. I don't know. That's when it was recorded, maybe.
Yeah. Could be.
So
you're right.
a 10-year-old
Locke's
reference.
totally rubbing in the very unimpressive fact that he's alive after he died.
Yeah.
Get over it, man.
No, I just wish
Move
you
on.
would. I'm nitpicking, of course, but it just would have been cooler just to not say anything, or to not that line, just "Welcome back to the land of the living." Like, what does that mean? Like, am I missing the meaning behind that?
I've been told that that's supposed to be a phrase.
Is that from something? Like something that makes it worthwhile?
Not that it's from something, but that people say that in those circumstances. Like when someone's like out for a while, like that's sort of a standard thing to say. I wasn't aware of that, but apparently that's the case. It's just a phrase for, after being unconscious for a long time.
Mm-hmm. And
so in Locke's case, of course, it's a pun because because Ben killed him and now he's alive, and so he's saying it for that reason as well. So that's what the line's supposed to be doing, I think.
So that's why they used it.
Yeah, turning the common phrase around a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I pretty much liked it. I feel like Locke is reaching for the mystique that he had in season 1. He's trying to pull that off, that thing that made him really interesting early on, but it doesn't quite work. Really, I feel like he's getting points because he was dead. But he's not quite just selling it completely himself. It just sort of works because of the situation.
Yeah.
But I did like it. I mean, I kind of wanted more. I kind of felt like if you're going to go to this, like I wanted a little more than that. It seemed like a weird place to end because it didn't really tell us anything we don't know.
Yeah.
And it didn't really...
It's just a teaser for the next...
Yeah, but it didn't give us any kind of new information. It didn't take it anywhere. I mean, I guess the point is that Ben sees Locke, but like I feel like we all knew that was coming. I mean, we already saw Locke standing there looking at Ben, and it doesn't. I don't know. That was the only thing that bothered me. I like it as a scene, but as an ending, it just seemed kind of. It didn't have the punch I wanted it to. And
maybe they thought Richard taking Ben into the temple wasn't enough of an ending.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. It definitely seemed that way, and that's the thing. I wanted to follow Richard into the temple, and so I was somewhat bothered by this that we were getting this, which I already knew was coming, instead of whatever he's going to do with Ben in the temple, which I was interested in.
Yeah.
So that sort of bothered me. But yeah, it's definitely just a thing for next week. I'm pretty sure next week is going to deal with that.
So has anybody checked to see if when Ben was pretending to be Henry Gale, if we ever saw a bullet wound on him?
Oh, God.
In his chest? I'm sure it's not there.
I doubt it. Yeah, there's no way. There's no way.
There's no way it's there.
They didn't know. They didn't know.
They didn't. Oh, they didn't know. They didn't know. How could they know?
They didn't know. Yeah, I mean, back then, I do not believe that back then they had
no way
any idea about all this stuff that they're writing now. Maybe they had some vague notion about what would happen, that there would be time traveling and stuff. But there's no way I'll buy all the specifics that Saeed was going to shoot him, and I don't think they knew that. I think that, I mean, at that time in the show, they didn't even know. They didn't have the end date set yet. They were kind of stalling for time, and everything was still kind of up in the air. And even once they got the end date, I mean, even since then, we've had retcons.
Yeah.
They had their chance to plan, and it's still not enough for them to avoid kind of messing around with things and having things be wrong and inconsistent. You know, even with the benefit of knowing exactly when the story's going to pan out and how long it's going to take and how they should.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
Okay, so anyway, I was just saying long-windedly that that I don't think they knew about that. So there's no way. I think it's going to be there.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, and certainly not the pilot. I mean, forget about it. Like when they were doing that pilot, they didn't even know if the show would be picked up.
No way.
They didn't know how long it would run. There's
it
no
wouldn't
way.
It wouldn't even sort of like make sense to put that much thought into the long-term story at that point. Like,
yeah.
It doesn't. No one would do that.
Yeah, it just doesn't work that way. And yeah, I mean, I'll buy they have some vague ideas, but it's, you know.
So no bullet wound.
I doubt it. I mean, if there is, okay, but even if there is, like, I want to believe.
I think we should have. We as the Lost fandom should have caught that and said, why does he have a bullet wound?
Yeah, you're right.
Especially back then when everyone was nitpicking everything.
Yeah. Oh God. Oh,
even more
everything.
so than now.
Yeah.
So my battery's low, which is awesome.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So what else we got?
So what does that mean? How long do you have?
I've got until we wrap up.
Okay. Well, that's good. I'm glad you have enough time.
Yeah, let's wrap up.
Okay. I mean,
what else you got?
I guess we're pretty much done.
Yeah, we're done.
That was the last scene. So, thanks for going through another one. We'll be back next week with Whatever Happened Part 2.
Which I guess we could say the name now, spoiler alert.
Yeah.
This is the spoiler section of the show.
There you go.
Where we tell you next week's episode title.
Yeah, that's our spoiler. That's all it is. So if you don't care about that, by all means.
What is it again?
Dead is dead.
Dead is dead, because whatever happened, happened. Right, LaFleur? Because it's 3:06.
Yeah. Dead is dead.
Dead is dead.
I like. What do you think that's going to be about?
I think it's going to be about Locke.
It's going to be about Locke, right?
Yeah, it's going to be about Locke.
And it's going to be like, are you alive now? And he's going to say, no, I'm dead. Dead is dead. I can't be alive because I'm dead.
You're asking how they're going to use the line?
Yeah.
Dead is dead. Maybe he's like, I'm not dead, I'm alive, because dead is dead. Nobody's being dead anymore. Dead is so 1976. We're in 77. Oh, wait, Locke is in 2007.
Yeah.
I don't know how they're going to use that line, dead is dead. I feel like someone's just going to say that, like in sort of
casual
obvious.
Oh.
Yeah, just like I don't know.
How dead is he? Dead is dead.
Oh, or like I thought I had something. How can he? Well, if you died, then how are you alive right now? You seem alive to me. Didn't you die? Dead is dead. Yeah, I don't know.
Dead is dead.
Can't quite make it work.
No, it doesn't fit in anywhere. It just sounds weird. Dead is dead.
Or maybe somebody says there's no difference between being alive or dead. And someone says dead
alive is
dead.
alive and dead is dead.
Dead is dead.
and they're the same.
So yeah, I think it's going to be in a context like that where I mean, obviously not being alive and being dead is the same thing, but like explaining the difference of emphasizing what dead means. Obviously.
What does dead mean? Dead
is dead.
Is dead.
Dead equals sign dead. That equation is true.
It is. You're right. Can't go wrong with that one.
No.
Dead is dead.
Oh God.
The question "what is dead" doesn't work.
No.
Like, no one should ask, "What is dead?"
Mm-mm. Dead is dead.
Dead is dead.
Well, thanks for tuning in again, guys.
Yeah.
I think we're done.
Yeah. We'll see next week how accurate we were.
We're pontificating on Dead is Dead, so we're done.
Sometimes I get hung up on those titles.
Yeah.
That's one of those ones that just, why, guys? Why?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever happened is almost there. It's a little better to me than Dead is Dead.
Yeah, I agree. I was just thinking about the titles, and it would have been so great if Kate told Claire's mom, "Please take care of him. He's a little prince."
Oh God, that would have been crazy.
Man, that would have been awesome.
Oh man, yeah.
Or,
Kate.
or like when she laughed, "Bye bye, little prince."
Didn't you ever consider that the little prince might be Locke?
Oh yeah, sure. He's little.
I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
The little prince could be so many people.
It could be. Yeah, I think it's Boone. I think the little prince is Boone.
Ouch. Little prince is dead.
Little prince is dead. Dad is dead. Little prince is dead. I think we just figured out next week's episode.
I think you're right.
Who's dead? Boo's dead. Boo's dead? Dad is dead.
Oh, God. I hope so.
Or I can see someone saying dead is, like Christian saying dead is dead. Like, or somebody who knows something.
Am I alive? No, you're dead. Dead is dead. Something like that?
Yeah, something like Locke is like, but I remember dying and how, blah 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 blah, and he goes, dead is dead, John. You're alive. Like you're whatever.
The other way. He's not going to tell him he's dead.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be Locke thinking he's alive, and he goes, "No, you're dead because Dad is dead, and you died, so you're dead."
The other way where he's saying, Dad is dead, and you're not dead, so you're alive.
Because if you were dead, you'd be dead, and you're not dead.
Yeah.
And because Dad is dead, you're alive.
Yeah, I think it's going to be something like that.
All right. I guess I thought they were gonna stick with Locke. I guess because it's called Dad is Dead. I guess I thought that meant since Locke died, he must be dead.
Yeah. Well, maybe not though.
Well,
because Dad is dead.
Yeah.
See, there it is.
I thought that was going to be the point, but I could see him going the other way too. Dad is dead, but you can't be dead because dead people don't, walk around.
They don't, really.
And eat mangoes.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. All right, well, I don't know. Can't wait.
I think that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, guys. Well, until next week, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.